Hey guys. So switch the stream to low latency. Let's see how this works today. Should be better. Let's watch some videos in the meantime. Hey Peter, how are you?
Коля, а что ты взял, что дрон? Что, видел, что ли?
Я слышал. Я думал, это подушка едет. А это дрон летел, оказывается.
Да?
I don't know what that means. He said, I thought it's a pillow. But it turned out to be a drone. I don't know what that means. Maybe Padushka means something else? I don't know how you could confuse a pillow with a drone. What?
Да?
Oh my god, and everything is frozen. So what we're seeing here is apparently a Ukrainian drone attack on a Russian gas terminal, I guess you could call it. Let's go and Luga. So this is where it is. As you can see, it's very far away. Close to St. Petersburg. And it was successfully hit. What a friendly Ukrainian drone, yeah. I wonder how ice impacts fire suppression. I'm guessing it helps. I'm not sure. And then the company that's operating this terminal said it has paused all operations. I don't know how big a deal this would be for Russia, but I mean, generally, I think that it's not a. I think this was one of the nice, quiet places where Russia was able to. Okay, Vlad, is Vlad on? Oh fuck, Vlad is. I'm sorry. Okay, we have a guest star. Wait, I'll add. You were away so long, I forgot you exist, dude. Okay, let me add low. Okay, pop out. Well, let me put flaws on that. Okay, there we go. On full screen. Good. And stream around. This should work. This looks great. Okay, let's reduce a lot here. Yeah, there we go. think Vlad is saying something, but I can't hear him.
Amazing. I was muted.
Okay. Hey, Vlad.
Hello.
What the fuck are you doing on stream? You should be masturbating. Oh, fuck. We're on YouTube. We shouldn't be saying this thing. Is your
I
porn-
figured
is your
I can
Pornhub
take a
watch
break
list
for
empty?
one Sunday of the month.
Featuring Dr. Pulaski. God damn it! I should be prepared. I should have those I should have those subtitles and things. Not subtitles. Titles. Credits. Whatever. When you come, I can have like featuring Vlad.
I probably don't want my full name displaying here.
Why the fuck weren't you on streams? What the fuck happened? You never explained it to anybody? You just ghosted your own stream.
Yeah, well, every time I explain anything, I get told I'm making excuses. So for this time, I figured I simply will not. And also, I was particularly crabby because my kid was sick, and
Is that
if you
why
start
I
picking on me, I would probably lose my shit with you.
People in chat think it's AI.
Lol. Kingdoms and kobolds. That's a cool nick.
If it's that far away, it's easier if it was kind of an inside job. I don't think it was an inside job. I think we saw these things happen before. So let's go back to the map. You can actually just launch. You can launch a drone from here. So this is under Ukrainian control. It will go across the border here. Presumably flying low. And it can actually, they can reach this from Ukraine. However, my guess would be that they maybe crossed the border from Estonia, Latvia, or something like that. Or maybe it was launched from Belarus, I'm not sure. But we did see them actually launch drones from Ukraine and then being able to reach places like Moscow and St. Petersburg. And I think there was an attack, I think, on Pskov. And this is not much further away. I'm sorry, Vlad, you were saying something? There you were cranky?
Just stay on topic.
Your sound is fucked up, by the way. I missed you.
Yay.
Oh, you were busy with the gym. So we had a poll last time, and we had options that you were, obviously pleasuring yourself and then sleeping. I think sleeping was one big favorite. And then we had an option that you were, I think, kayaking. I think I had that one. And then I think the gym. So, yeah. Nobody voted for those two, but yeah. It was all, pleasuring himself and sleeping. That was those two options won, I think. I don't remember doing so.
I mean, fair guesses.
Always miss Vlad. Yeah, we definitely do. So you're ready to be triggered is what you said, right? Or wait, you were saying that you weren't ready to be triggered. What did you say?
I said I was missing streams because my kid was sick and we were basically up all night. And I knew if I told you, you'd start telling me bullshit about excuses, and then I would probably lose my shit at you because I was super low on patience.
Of course, that's actually exactly what would happen.
So yeah.
He brings out spurgacious. $5 for that word, sir.
Spurgacious. Nice.
By the way, YouTube chat sucks. I was thinking of it eats up messages sometimes. So just make sure it actually shows your message. When I don't know why I didn't see that with other live streams, but I guess when you have a lot of people, then you don't notice that some messages are disappearing, I suppose. It just quietly deletes the message or just ignores the message. I don't know what's up with that. It didn't happen to me, but it happened to multiple people on the last stream. Maybe it was thing.
How does that even happen?
Yeah. Spurgacious life. So it's interesting here. Yes, they said this. The cause was external influence. Their PR person earned their salary for this month. External influence. Well, caused by external influence. Certain external influence from the outside that didn't come from the inside. That was external. Yeah, it was. I mean, it was a drone. We have videos of people filming the drone. I mean, the sound of the drone. It was a gasoline-powered moped type drone. So yeah, long range definitely, but I don't know how. Wait, what did I do? Going back. Okay. I don't know how devastating this is gonna be for Russia, but this was kind of, you know, one of the places that was kind of.
2 часа 45 минут поступил
Kind of what?
Why does he look like this and why does he speak like this?
звонок от губернатора Ленинградской области Дрозденко Александра Юрьевича, что в порту услуга на территории предприятия «Новотек» произошел пожар.
Why do you talk like this? Anyway, he's not saying anything of importance. And look how they're avoiding to say it was a drone for whatever reason. I don't know why. Why would they avoid that? Look at that. Yeah, this is. I don't know if you can. I don't know if you can hear the drone here. No, you can't.
Я слышал. Я думал, это подушка едет. А это дрон летел, оказывается.
Да?
Yeah, so this guy is saying I also heard the drone flying.
Да.
I think this was burning for a whole day, maybe more. Is that guy smiling? I don't think he was smiling. I think he's just like that. There are some weird people like that. Oh, thanks for giving the video a like. I also think that comments help too. So if you want to leave comments, whatever the fuck you want to say, I think that's going to help. Because the video is in a deep black hole. I mean, the channel. So it's not getting suggested to anybody. So I think comments and likes are supposed to, I don't know how YouTube works, but they're supposed to bring it up to whatever. I don't believe YouTube is going to recommend this actively, but who knows? Drone strike in Russian oil refinery. This, I think, this is a gas terminal. I mean, it's completely messed up. Because even if it was okay now with, you know, with the explosion, the gas burning, and then the ice because of the water, usually most of the damage is done by the firefighters, actually, when these things happen. So, yeah, this is going to be out of commission for a while now. So, like I was saying, I don't know how You can see the icing here. This is all not from, you know, I'm sure this is from the actual firefighters. So I don't know how important this is going to be really for Russia. However, this was one of those things that they were feeling more or less secure about for unknown reasons. I guess, well, for known reasons, because it was kind of far away, right? But they really shouldn't be. Like, the Ukrainians can pretty... Okay, let me make it like this. Yeah, okay, so I think the part of Russia that's on the screen, I think, is in range of Ukraine, maybe even more. And especially if you account for people like RDK, the Russian nationalists that are coordinated, well, helped and supported by Ukraine. they had a raid in Russia recently. They attacked a truck. I guess they eliminated some people. Some were wounded. It was just a truck. It was just a raid on a truck, but you know, they made a video. So these things keep happening because I guess right now Ukraine is unable to do much more. So it's trying to do these long-range logistics attacks on Russia that, you know, are useful in a way because it, you know, these things on the news kind of undermine the illusion that, oh, the war is somewhere over there. It's not coming to us. We don't have to worry about anything. We can just, you know, vote for Putin. Putin did a great job. And it's going to be, you know, it's going to be okay. The more of these news, I think the more of these things Ukraine attacks, the better for them in terms of, you know, undermining that Russian public opinion. But it's still, you know, Putin's support is still up there in high 80s, I think 80% or something like that. So good luck to them with that, I suppose. I mean, these are legitimate targets, and yeah, I mean, they will probably continue doing this. It's also one thing that I think people don't talk about enough is that, well, first of all, Russia is huge. Well, people talk about that a lot, but Russia is huge, as you can see here. Ukraine is, okay, let me zoom out. Okay, all of this is Russia, okay? And continuing, okay? All of this is Russia. This is all Russia. So it's physically impossible to secure this whole border against drone attacks. It's just not possible. I also think that actually Russia has some logistics issues with the anti-air systems too. It's not just Ukraine. In some places, they've been slow to replace anti-air systems, especially as for hundreds. And this is a matter of production and spinning up the production, blah, blah, of course. But while you're doing that, you know, the Ukrainians can use that to, you know, to make holes, punch holes in the anti-air defenses and attack targets that are of higher value, like the targets around Moscow and so on. That, you know, again, PR value, but still useful. We hear almost daily there are small drone attacks on Russia. We don't talk about that. Nobody really talks about that anymore. But it's happening, just like there are daily attacks on Ukraine with the Shahed drones mostly. And we do know that Ukraine is running out of anti-air ammo, but we also know that there are issues with Russian logistics too. So it's kind of hurting both sides. And I wonder if there's going to be a larger problem because of that on either of the sides. I would be betting the Ukrainians will be the first ones who actually run out of anti-air missiles. But like I said, the Russians also have issues. It's not like they have an unlimited supply of limitless number of anti-air systems. It's not at all like that. So especially if you overwhelm a system and then you attack in another wave, it's really, really hard to defend against that. Also today we saw an attack on Donetsk. is here. Unfortunately, I won't be able to show you. Let me go to the deep state map. Because this is violence. I mean, there's people obviously not alive. And so we have Luhansk here, and we have Donetsk here. Right here. Okay, has a new bookshelf. Wait, let me add you to the streamer role. And now we have to join again and you'll be able to talk. Okay.
So I see you've been working on my replacement, eh?
Not really. I mean, it's happening organically.
Or naturally.
There's a Red Letter Media. Fuck. How did I search for that? J replacement. I think J. How do I find this J recast? Shit. No, there was God damn it. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how to find that. There was a funny bit. But me, Jay Bauman, what's his? I don't know his last name. Where Rich was replacing him. I think Jay was off somewhere. I don't know. So, as you remember,
wait. Since you're on that tangent, have you watched the second trivia or quiz or whatever you want to call it, whatever it's called?
Yeah, I was sending you messages in
Media?
Telegram and you didn't read them. You
Okay,
fucker.
I haven't been getting notifications on my phone.
You fucker. Of course, I was watching it for real time.
Awesome.
I was watching it for real time.
Oh,
So
a bunch of messages. Oh well. Anywho.
I think this stream should. Is this gonna be your Tasha Yar stream, Vlad? Speaking of Star Trek: The Next Generation,
Yeah,
is there gonna be like a oily thing like killing you at the end of the stream?
Yeah, because I found a new career in as a host on MSNBC or something.
Yes, obviously Tasha Yar made a great decision to leave Star Trek.
It was a good one, yes.
I think she started some B movies after that, and I don't remember seeing her in anything good, right? Afterwards. And then she came back as Stila, the Romulan.
I think I saw her in literally one good movie, but I cannot recall what it was.
I don't think she was in anything good. I do remember her in multiple B movies, so. So anyway, one of the goals of the special military operation, as declared by Russia, was to push the Ukrainians away from Donetsk, so they're not able to reach it with artillery. And that's still in progress, obviously. Actually, just recently, they've said, I think when they got Marinka, they said that, oh, well, now they won't be able to do it. And apparently that's not true because they're still able to do it. And today there was a shelling on a market in Donetsk, and I think 25 people are confirmed dead. So technically, I think this would be a war crime if the intention was to hit that that market, because, you know, obviously civilians were dead. I didn't actually see any soldiers. So there we go. I don't know what else to add to that, except I don't know if they're going to pay out 3 million Russian rubles to every family that lost a family member, because this is Donetsk and nobody gives a fuck. So maybe that. I don't know. In Belgorod, we saw some fortifications being built and things like that, but I think that I'm a little puzzled. I mean, there, and I don't want to sound horrible, if possible, but I'm a little puzzled by people who try to lead normal lives while in range of enemy artillery, and not even just artillery, maybe missiles. Okay, I can understand people in Kiev because they have really good air defenses, and the only thing that can reach Kiev is ballistic missiles and cruise missiles and things like that, and they can in theory be intercepted, and so far they have been intercepted with a really good percentage of missiles intercepted. That's fine. And so they're living basically in the mode of people in whatever, Tel Aviv, right? Oh, there's an air attack. Okay, that's fine. Then they maybe go to shelters, maybe not. However, I do not understand people going to like a Christmas tree celebration or something like that in Belgorod. People going to people living normal lives in Donetsk. That's kind of baffling to me, really, especially after the full-scale invasion. Even after 2014, it was a little puzzling because obviously it was shelled by Ukraine and civilians were dying. That's where the 8 years of bombing Donbass comes from. And so I'm puzzled. It could be that people don't have a choice. That part I completely understand, economic reasons, or they just don't want to leave their homes. It's fine. I can understand that. However, it's hard to imagine that most people are like that. I guess that's possible. And I guess it's also easy to kind of lose perspective once there's not a lot of shelling. You just lose your perspective of, okay, well, I'm actually in range of artillery. So not even ballistic missiles, artillery. There's nothing that Russia has that can intercept artillery shells, okay? The US could do that with CRAMs, but you wouldn't be able to cover a lot of territory, so there's no way you would be able to defend something like Donetsk, the size of Donetsk. There's no country in the world right now that would be able to defend, with anything they have, that would be able to defend Donetsk. So I'm not blaming the victims here. Obviously, what Ukraine is doing is not great. It's a war crime, I think. But I also think that those people should be evacuated. I don't think Donetsk should live life as usual. I think that if people choose to live there, at least, don't allow public gatherings like this, like the markets, and you make it harder for them to stay, I guess, as the government. This is Russia technically. And so why not give them, your certificates for apartments and things, people who want to leave? Because obviously people in Belgorod can leave if they want to. But people here, just nobody gives a fuck, apparently, because it's not really Russia. I don't have any other explanations, really. Augie, most people who are stuck in place are too poor to pick up. Yeah, yeah, and that, I mean, that I can understand completely. And also, it's fair to say that most people, who want to leave have left since 2014 because, the shelling was happening since 2014. Then in 2021, I think those people who had doubts, because let's remember the last year of shelling, there were very few people hurt in the Donbas region in general. So maybe people were hoping, okay, it's gonna get good soon, I guess. But yeah, I guess you're right. I guess it's just the people who don't have a choice anymore, and yeah, we're just gonna be here no matter what. I guess that's true.
I mean, I guess you're pretty much fucked if you don't have a high income job. You probably own some kind of an apartment there already. Your job is also there, and if it was like a high intensity conflict, what they've been experiencing, it wasn't. It's more like a low intensity. It's people kind of adapt to weird situations very quickly. In a weird way, I guess it's probably just an evolutionary trait, but just think about how people used to live in cities that were under siege.
Yeah,
Like
under
how
siege you can
it's
understand because it's under siege, but Donetsk is not under siege. The border is open. You can go to.
Yeah, but I mean,
wherever.
this kind of mental adjustment where it's you normalize certain things that are not normal, and then you also, because you've normalized them, you weigh them against how difficult it would be to actually up and move, and you would need to find a job someplace else in Russia, you'd need to find an apartment, it's going to cost you a lot of money, so on and so on, versus, so you're weighing that versus again an low intensity conflict and off chance that someday something might happen, and then people will probably rationalize, we'll be careful, blah blah blah, and then you just go back to the neutral autopilot mode and simply stay put. I would assume that this is kind of how it works, although it would be kind of interesting, I guess, to poll, because it might also have to do with the local mentality. So I'd be really curious what people would say if they were asked this question. I think this would be very interesting.
I think the one of the journalists that left to Russia, Panchenko, I think she did a bunch of interviews in Donbass and Donetsk in particular. I don't know if she asked that question. Why don't you leave? I don't know if she asked that question, but
I mean, I would assume the most common answer would be we have nowhere to go, basically, and that.
I understand that, but why doesn't the Russian government just provide them with certificates like they did with the Kherson Oblast people, and they did with the Belgorod too, Shebek,
Right. They did for Belgorod.
Well, for Belgorod, they allowed them to temporarily evacuate for as long as they want to in a different place that's further away. Yeah, the governor did this. It was one of the streams you weren't on. It's understandable you missed it, but in the regions in Ukraine, they actually provided them with apartment certificates, so you can actually get a new apartment somewhere in Russia for the whatever certificate. I don't know how it works precisely, but that's how that's what they did over there.
Because the way I'm asking is, I would assume that this would be kind of like a tacit admission that the Russian state is unable to actually protect them. But if they believe this in
why is your sound fucked up?
I don't know. What does it sound like? Wait,
it sounds as usual when it's fucked up.
I don't know.
Okay. It's just a good old human stubbornness. That's possible, yeah. I mean, there are some people living in Avdiivka right now. Thousands of people are still living in Avdiivka. And Avdiivka looks like a ghost town. It looks like Bakhmut looked before it was taken by the Russians. Now, I mean, right now, I don't think we're gonna see any. I don't think we're gonna see any city in Ukraine taken without being completely destroyed. Because the way this works is you are able to defend as long as there are places where you can defend. And once all the buildings are destroyed, once all the basements have been buried, and once everything is turned to rubble, there is nowhere to hide anymore, and then you have to leave. That's how it works. So basically, you have to fully destroy it in order to take it. That's how it works. If you don't want to have, casualties. Now, going back to Gaza, this is not at all what we have in Gaza, because we have a incredible asymmetry of force between the IDF and Hamas. So it would be a very, very different situation. I'm pretty sure Israel would be able to take territory with no large issues without destroying Gaza completely. Okay. Now, because I saw people using this as an argument. Oh, but the Russians destroy Ukrainians. The Russians are in a near-peer conflict. Okay, the Ukrainians can do almost everything the Russians can do. Literally almost anything. They don't have as big of an air force. They still do actual airstrikes. They have anti-air. They have everything. Artillery. Hamas has nothing. Hamas has anti-tank missiles. Some drones, and they don't seem to be able to use them much. Haven't seen any FPV drone use. I mean, they're like, it's an old war. It's not a modern war at all. The only thing that's helping them are the tunnels, and that's it. If they didn't have the tunnels, they would be decimated, destroyed utterly. And the only thing that's helping them is that they can disappear into the tunnels and move and so on. So, not a good argument, is what I'm saying. And also, maybe they should use FPV drones. Actually, I'm reading a guy who's in Iranian Telegram chats and the communities that talk about the conflict. And obviously, they have their own thing, but most of them are talking about, we really should get into this FPV drone thing. Sounds like it's really good. So the answer to my question is, I was wondering why we don't see any FPV drones, and turns out the Ukrainian war is just too advanced for the world to keep up, I guess. And so they weren't. It's a relatively new thing, and they weren't ready. I wonder if they had like hundreds of them, which is totally doable, right? You can buy them in China or whatever. I wonder if they had hundreds of them, how the conflict would have gone, and whatever it would be, how many more tanks would be destroyed, and how many more IDF soldiers would have been eliminated. But they didn't. They used the drone. They used Mavics and things like that, which, sure, but that's 2022, in 2023 and 2024, it's all FPV drones. So, for instance, missiles have rendered the aircraft carriers far less useful than they were in the past during World War II. Cold War, US Navy is still aircraft carrier focused. True. Well, one thing to note about the carrier group is that it's not a trivial task to hit the aircraft carrier with a with a missile. Even if it's a sea skimming missile, it can still get destroyed. And I think the example that people are using of Moskva, look how defenseless. No, I mean, Moskva was not a good example. Apparently, some of the systems weren't working. It shouldn't really be compared to an active, well-maintained, proactive carrier group that has multiple aircraft in a reconnaissance and so on. So it's a little harder. Also, you really, really need a nuke to be able to disable an aircraft carrier. Just this couple of regular missiles are going to cause damage, obviously, but they may not be able to score guaranteed hits. So all of the doctrine for fighting the carrier groups inside of the Soviet Union and China have nukes, have tactical nukes. So yeah. And whether that's going to remain that way, I think it's useful to have a very large island that you can, you have a bunch of people there and you can launch things like drones and things from there. I think the carriers are probably going to transform into drone carriers instead of the aircraft. So it's going to be unmanned aircraft more than just just regular aircraft. But I don't think they're going to be going away very soon. Although I also think that we will see maybe a semi-successful attack. I'm not sure. It's going to be interesting. I don't know if Iran has the capacity. I think China would have the capacity. But I don't know if Iran has the capacity to do that. Because Iran's capabilities are pretty much on the Neptune level. Now, Russia would have the capability in theory. But so much of the Russian weaponry, anti-ship weaponry is hype that we don't really know how effective it is. So on paper they have the Zircon missile, Zircon. So this, and of course it's hypersonic. Before you ask.
Of course.
This one I think is a little better than Kinjal, but we just don't know. We don't know how good it is. Obviously, it's classified. It's a winged cruise missile, solid fueled and scramjet. So it's able to be launched from the ground, unlike Kinjal. I think Kinjal only has a scramjet. And the range is around 1,000 to 2,000 kilometers. So in theory, probably a good thing. We don't really know how well it can maneuver, because as we saw, that's the problem with Kinjal, is that the lack of maneuverability is causing it to be vulnerable to anti-air. And so the Patriot system, which has definitely been created before Kinjal, is able to destroy Kinjals because they're basically ballistic missiles at the end. And they do have to slow down as well because of the plasma shroud that they have. So not so great. There was an article that I think I posted on Skate server recently where the Chinese are considering Kinjal and how basically the debacle of Kinjal, I think you could call it. And they're talking about, maybe we shouldn't be so quick to draw conclusions about our own missiles, because our own missiles are designed from scratch as to be true hypersonic missiles or hypersonic glide vehicles. And Kinjal was basically a Iskander missile that was modified to be an air-launched hypersonic missile. It's it's a quasi ballistic missile, but still it's kind of, not really super maneuverable. So I don't know how this thing would be performing against the Patriots. So I think that's something that we will have to see. Honestly, if the Russians are launching this from from ships, then those ships would get targeted way before I think the Russians would get in range. So I don't know. It depends on where you are. It depends on the situation. So if it was a surprise attack, maybe it would be successful. I don't know. My guess is the Aegis defense, the Aegis cruisers, that Aegis, I think would be successful. If the Patriot is successful, I think they will be successful too in destroying these, because they are capable of destroying ballistic missiles. So yeah. I would be much more worried about drones, but you would need a whole lot of drones to be able to overwhelm an aircraft carrier group, because there's a whole bunch of ships. Whole bunch of ships. There we go. And of course, the aircraft are anti-submarine aircraft are going around. There was an AWACS. I don't remember is it one of the Poseidon? I don't remember the nomenclature, but it's an AWACS equivalent, basically an airborne early warning system. So when they're potentially in danger, they're going to be able, they will be able to see very, very far away, which is what the basic advantage of these. Allegedly, one carrier group, I think, can defeat many, many countries in the world. I forgot the numbers, but yeah. So yeah, I think you're right that there's a lot of inertia. So I guess unless and until they hit a hard brick wall, which, destroying or seriously damaging the carrier itself, bypassing defenses, things like that, I think the US will probably just keep at, doing this. And we're seeing other countries like Turkey trying to change the direction of their investments. So they have a drone carrier. Oh yeah, these are the concepts, I think, for, oh yeah, this is the Turkish Navy. Behold. Yeah, this is an old article. And you can see it launching TB2 and TB3 drones. So it's a much smaller ship that's basically serving as a platform for launching these drones. I don't know how useful these are going to be, because I also think we're going to see more, they don't really need a lot of space to launch, so I don't know if you really need a giant ship to launch them. But this is not a giant ship. I think Anadolu is a small ship. Yeah, it's an amphibious assault ship, so it's very similar to one of those that were destroyed by the Ukrainians, but relatively small. So yeah, something like this, I think, is still useful. It's showing these helicopters here, but might as well just have a whole bunch of drones. That is probably where it's going to be. I don't know if we're going to need the actual giant carriers. And this is a concept, I think, from the base systems. Yeah. don't know if there's a larger photo. But basically the idea is that you have a unmanned vehicle mothership. And so I think this is going to be a replacement. You can see it here in terms of the armament. So vertical launching systems, so launching cruise missiles, and then a gun, I guess for defense against boats and things like that, and then the CRAM CIWSs. And then everything else is a drone.
Electromagnetic aircraft launch system. What is that?
Oh yeah, you didn't see Trump talking about this? They have a magnet. Okay, well. Wait, I have to find this. I'm sorry.
Oh god.
You don't know about that?
What do I do this to myself?
Trump magnet. Fuck. Wait. Okay. I think this is the one.
We always change up our speeches, don't we, huh? You know, a lot of politicians, they go around and they say the exact same speech for months. Not a word change. It doesn't, even if history is changing in front of their very eyes, it's that same speech over and over again. And then they wonder why nobody listens. With me, there's always a risk, especially when I go off these suckers, right?
True.
Right?
True.
That is definitely true. There is always a risk because when Trump goes off script,
Did Anna do another nose job? Fuck, I'm sexist. Okay, I'm sorry.
he says painfully stupid things.
She did something to her nose, okay? Am I crazy? She did something to it. I don't think she looked like this. Wait. Anna.
You got a nose job, right?
Okay, she apparently she did look like she did get a nose job a long time ago, but okay, it could be me. Okay. I'm sorry. I'm sexist.
Like this.
Now, all I know about magnets is this.
Yeah, definitely. I think she had a wait, I don't know if I can find the old photo. Anna nose. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. That's just fine. You do you. I think she did some other things too. That's fine. I'm gonna stop being sexist now. Okay.
This. Give me a glass of water. Let me drop it on the magnet.
By the way, Trump did hair transplants too, so there you go. I'm sure he did some. Or did he? Did he do plastic surgeries? I don't think so. I don't think so.
That's the end of the magnets.
What?
Water. Let me drop it on
Like this.
Now, all I know about magnets.
Wait, this is a dumb cut. I want to show you the. It's a dumb cut.
At a recent rally in Iowa, President Trump presented an interesting theory on how magnets work.
All I know about magnets.
Why is everybody doing this? He was talking about the magnetic launcher that you would the magnetic catapult. I'm sorry, not the magnetic catapult. He was talking about the magnetic elevator. Fuck. God damn it. Okay. Well, maybe this one. I don't know.
Over the seas, and it comes right over our land. And then they want us to have clean. I say, wait a minute, we're going to be clean, but it's all flying. Just remember that. Does that make sense? In other words, it's all coming through the currents, through the air. It all comes. They can name it. They can say exactly where it's going to be and when. First they say,
What was he talking about?
sir, how do you do it?
That's how they say it. Sir.
How do you wake up in the morning and put on your pants? And I say, well, I don't think about it too much. I don't want to think about it, because if I think about it too much, maybe I won't want to do it. But I love it because we're going to do something for this country that's never been done before. Because this country.
So wait, so he doesn't put on his pants, or is that what he's saying? Like he doesn't think about it too much?
Country is finished if we don't win. They had an almost $1 billion cost overrun
Okay.
on the magnetic elevators. Think
Yes.
of it, magnets. Now, all I know about magnets is this. Give me a glass of water. Let me drop it on the magnets. That's the end of the magnets. Why didn't
Why is that the end of the Oh, maybe because, hey, in his defense, I think he's talking about electromagnets, okay? Electromagnetism. And so that would have a current, okay? And so spilling water on an electromagnet would actually make it. Hey, there you go. I explained it for everybody. Everybody's so dumb. Okay, Trump knows these are electromagnets, okay? He's a high IQ individual. He's not talking about your kitchen magnets.
I have a simpler answer for you. Trump is a fucking moron.
He's a high IQ individual, okay? He's actually
Evil genius.
He's actually right. If you have an electromagnet and you pour water on it, I'm pretty sure it would cause a short circuit and the electromagnet would stop working. So there you go.
If only we had something called insulation to deal with this issue.
Well,
they use John Deere? Why didn't they bring in the John Deere people? Do you like John Deere? I like John Deere. So
they should have used John Deere. John Deere? Why John? Oh, because they make. Does John Deere make elevators? Wait. Do they actually make elevators? They do, apparently. They make grain elevators. Wait, but that's not... That's like a... It's not a...
Influence.
Okay, they don't actually make elevators. Well, okay.
over the sea.
Anyway, so there you go, Vlad.
Case closed.
It's useless electromagnetics.
Anyway, back to more interesting stuff. Like, how does the electromagnetic launcher actually work? It's what? It's replacing the old steam powered one?
Yeah. It's a replacement for the steam power. You have a schematic right here. It's basically speeding it up the same way that the maglev train works. It's just an induction motor that just pushes the hell out of the. In theory, you don't have problems with acceleration and less weight and blah blah blah, and you can control the acceleration way better. So it has a lot of advantages, actually. I actually think this is a good idea, but of course, since it's a government-funded project, people find a way to, make the budget explode. But yeah, I mean, definitely a better idea. And also, apparently, I didn't notice, but the steam catapults actually need fresh water, which makes sense because that's what makes steam. So you have to also do desalination, and that's energy intensive. So yeah, it makes a lot of sense. It's just a better technology, apparently, overall. Yeah, and it's just creating a field that guides the carriage. The same way that railgun works, I guess, and like I said, maglev.
Yeah, similar principle.
Yeah,
or the same principle.
Yeah, so this could be used for drones too, I think, very easily. Trump is really bad at conveying technical concepts in a way that can be made. Can be made. To look dumb by the media, lack of context about the electromagnets is happily. Yeah, because I'm pretty sure he was thinking about the wiring and the electricity you need for the magnet to work, and so I'm guessing. I'm also guessing that somebody told him what the issues were. I'm guessing the issues could be that the water maybe penetrated the insulation or whatever, and so maybe he remembered that, and he thought to himself, "Oh my God, this is so dumb. I'm gonna tell the people on the rally all about this, and he forgot the all the details. That became a magnet that doesn't work underwater. Just mention Trump and Vlad Tsars in real time. That's true. Missile name very glass empty if you're Russian. True. Good point. Just stick to what he knows. He doesn't know very many things is the problem, I think, deeply. I have a feeling that Trump is a person, and I know several people like this in my life, I mean personally, that don't really have a deep level of knowledge about anything because they don't have a deep interest about anything. And so...
Except themselves.
Well, except them... Well, no, it can be like other people or whatever.
Well, in his case.
Well, in his case, I guess. I don't know. No, he has a... I mean, he was into those conspiracy theories about Obama, the birtherism and all of that stuff. So I guess, I guess it's possible you
Those
get
don't
into
really
that.
require any kind of in-depth knowledge.
Well, yeah. And was he a truther? Was he a 9/11 truther? I don't think so. Oh no, he was saying that people in New Jersey were cheering, I think.
Yep. And he was also saying that now that the World Trade Center is gone, his building is the tallest
Oh, okay.
in New York, or something along those lines. Oh, cute.
I don't think it's the tallest still, but which one? The Trump building? I don't know. So maybe this, but yeah, I don't really think so. I think the Chinese really have a good. So which one was those be Chinese? I think they really have the ones that these ones. DF-17s. Yeah, these ones. So this is an original design. And now I don't know if they, got the design or the know-how from somebody or whatever, but these are way, 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 way better than anything Kim Jong can do. At least on paper, we don't know. And they've had them for a while. But we still have to see if this is going to be, if this is going to be effective against, well, apparently only the Patriot system, because the SAMP-T was not mentioned by Zelensky, notably. Did you see Zelensky giving a customer testimonial to Raytheon recently, Vlad?
No, I missed that.
We're going to play that. Zelensky.
Also, while you're looking for that,
I already found it, Vlad. I'm a professional.
The main issue during my today's talks
Nobody can hear you because I'm playing the video.
Ukraine. Next year, our movement forward to fight for our freedom and independence. I have good news. Returning home, President Biden announced a new package of defense support, about $2 billion, and the strongest element of this package is the Patriot battery systems, something that will strengthen our air defense significantly. This is a very important step to create a secure airspace for Ukraine, and that's the only way we would be able to deprive.
No, that's not the one. I guess he was pitching it even. Oh yeah, this one, I think.
Сейчас они хотят использовать.
He's still speaking in Russian. Maybe this one.
I want to take you to Davos in Switzerland, where President Volodymyr Zelensky.
I'm gonna show the one I posted on. in chat. I think that's on Twitter. Yeah. There we go.
Говоримо з вами про системи протиповітряної оборони. Ну, вибачте, я повинен просто великий уклін тим виробникам, які зробили Patriot.
The manufacturers, whoever they may be. Raytheon should have a inconspicuous, like a banner scrolling. Like Raytheon, the technologies of the...
Немає сьогодні такої системи в світі, щоб вона могла боротись з будь-якою ракетою, від звичайної до балістичної, будь-якою удару Російської Федерації. Я вам чесно скажу, що випробовування Patriot, там є різні паки, ПАК-2, ПАК-3, різного рівня, тощо, але тим не менше...
Nice flex that he understands the differences. And he actually said different levels, which is true. These are not, people sometimes think that these are like the higher the pack, the better. These are actually ranges. So some are shorter range, some are longer range.
Менш сучасні
I think the block is the generation.
Patriot. Їх випробовування реальне на полі, десь на тренувальних майданчиках, це ніщо у порівнянні з тим, що відбулося в Україні у час війни. І це реальна система, найпотужніша сьогодні в світі. І росіяни в шоці, і я вам чесно скажу, і наші партнери в шоці, що ця система дійсно так сильно працює.
Well, there you go. I think Raytheon should do a free one for them. Like, Raytheon should do, you know how Krupp did in World War II? Like, the first gun is always free, you know how they did that? The Krupp manufacturing? The ones, well, they built those giant guns that Hitler really liked. Like, there's a Dora, I think, and Schweres Gustav. Yeah, the railroad-mounted giant. Yeah. And so the first gun was free, and then the second gun covers the price of the... I don't know why they did that. It was just a tradition. But, yeah, Raytheon should do the same thing for them. This is a good customer testimony. I don't think Raytheon never had somebody like that, like a president saying, "Oh my God, your anti-air system is so amazing that it can destroy any missile anywhere." I wonder if Raytheon is going to give him something for free. I don't know, because he's pitching really hard.
Would be cool.
You're as high energy as usual, Vlad.
Actually, I'm researching what I need to do to fix my audio. And
Radio?
also, it's really difficult to follow the stream because when I'm looking at it on YouTube, there's like a 10-second delay. It's super confusing to listen to you here on Discord and then listen to you again with a 10-second delay through the stream or through the YouTube.
10-second delay?
It's kind of screwed. Yeah.
Wait, but you can hear me in Discord. What do you mean?
Yeah, I can hear you in Discord, but like if you're commenting on a video, I'm totally fucked. I cannot keep in sync with you.
Wait, but I can do the virtual camera thing, right?
Yeah, you can, but I still won't be able to hear the video that you're commenting on in real time.
Oh, okay.
Anyways, I need to research this, and I think I found a fix for my mic, but I need to take a look at the virtual cable thing.
I don't know if it's your mic. It looks like bandwidth. Sounds like bandwidth.
No, it's the microphone. It's because I don't have a official driver for the audio interface. So I need to install the ASIO low latency Windows driver or something and hack it and horse shit.
Whatever. Okay, Lon.
Yeah.
Well, good for you, sir.
Fun, fun, fun.
There was an interview. We shown the. Well, everybody and their uncle talked about the Bradley versus T90 video, which of course I can't show because this is YouTube. So I guess search for this in our Discord. You'll be able to find it. Is Botrix working here? Let's see. No. Okay, well, I think I can drop a link here. There we go. So the video is there. I think multiple angles. I think we saw the attack from multiple angles. And there was an interview with the crew. They really provide a ton of information in addition to what we already saw. Apparently they had a malfunction with the armor piercing ammo that their Bradley had. Of course, Bradleys usually carry two types of ammo that you can switch between high explosive and armor piercing. Both are tracer rounds, so that's why it looks so impressive. Oh, I think all ammo for the chain gun on the Bradley is tracer, has tracer. So what we saw there, I think, were high explosive rounds, and the fireworks that we saw was obviously not penetrations, but the T90's reactive armor, ERA, going off. The last explosion was also, I think, something else in the front, but definitely not a penetration.
Yeah, that's what I heard. I think on the infantry guy channel. I think he said it was some kind of a defense system of the T90 that's meant to fool heat tracking projectiles.
Oh, it could be it could be the smoke and heat grenades that launch to obscure. Yeah, because you need high temperature in order to obscure. You basically create a large blob of white on a on thermal vision. That's why it looks like that. Yeah, that makes sense. But it sounds like it didn't. I don't think it was intentional. I think it just
malfunctioned. Yeah, it's
it exploded from the heat, like cooked off. Yeah.
Yeah.
And the tank was
did a great job. Like,
yeah, I mean, they just hit it with everything they could. Because those high explosive rounds, I think, had no potential of penetrating. But I think it messed up the sensors and the cameras and probably everything. We saw it turn there was maybe a malfunction. It turned the turret around like 360 degrees. And then it hit like a tree, and then it got stuck, and then it was hit by an FPV drone, which I think did the real damage.
Yeah.
I think one of them was, I think somebody survived. I think 2 people survived. One was gone of the crew, so I don't know who. I think the commander is gone, and then the 2 other people are.
You think they'd be able to damage the engine compartment if they hit it from the back? Because I remember that video. I think it was a BTR that was firing at a T-72, the Russian T-72 from behind, and it basically set it on fire like almost immediately. Do you remember that video?
Well,
it was like early in the war.
I think so. Yeah. I think I know what you're talking about. The T90 does have ERA on the back too, so presumably it would help a little bit. The Russian actually posted the same video saying, "Oh, look how awesome T90 is," which, I mean, yeah, it survived a whole bunch of things, but I think it was a, you wouldn't call it mobility kill because it was moving, but it was a. I mean, it was useless in combat. You'd have to
it was rendered completely combat ineffective.
Yeah, but later on, it was hit by an FPV drone with a cumulative round. I think it was basically destroyed. So yeah, ERA is good for something.
Yeah, but this I really don't understand. I mean, I know there was a whole movie made about like this, how Bradley something development bullshit, but I feel like it has an undeservedly bad rep. Because
well, the talk was, I think, about the that sinks that can't be amphibious, which is almost useless.
Nobody cares.
Yeah, nobody really cares. I think that was most of the criticism back in the day, because there was a testimony of somebody in Congress, and they said, well, it can't really float, blah, blah, blah. And there were a lot of memes. But yeah, it's a very capable vehicle. I agree.
Yeah.
Well, the AP rounds, I think, do have the potential of actually penetrating, but apparently the guys had problems with them, so they just use whatever.
Yeah, especially the depleted uranium.
Yeah, but they use high explosive rounds, which generally you want to use against infantry and vehicles and things. So, I mean, good thinking, because you're overwhelming the tank and you're destroying the optics, and it works. So, yeah, they did the right thing. I don't know, they didn't talk about the TOW missiles that should have 2, I think, launchers with 2 missiles loaded. Maybe they didn't have them loaded. I don't know. So that's generally what you would like to use against a target like a T-90. Yeah. A hit from a T-90 main gun, I think, would probably hurt that Bradley a lot. But it never fired. I think the crew was just overwhelmed, and I'd be interested to see interviews with that crew. The survivors. I'm pretty sure they lost their hearing, probably, because I can imagine there has to be hearing damage, like very significant hearing damage. And then again, there was a hit with an FPV drone, so there was an actual cumulative shell exploding within the tank, inside of the tank. So yeah. Well, I don't know if we're gonna see the interview, is what I'm saying, but that was kind of interesting. The guys were like used to be like a teacher, and then I don't remember the other one, just some completely unrelated job. The gunner was a gamer, so he said that helped a lot.
Yeah, I think I saw an interview with these guys. Like, the driver was literally, I think he just came out of training. It was like his first mission, and before that he was just like a truck driver in the military, because he got, I think, wounded or something.
Yeah, he wasn't able to. Yeah, he was re-signed. That's true.
Crazy.
Well, I mean, they've really wanted to live, so. But T-90 is a good enough tank, so I don't know if this says anything bad about the T-90. It's okay, but I think it does say things about Bradley. I think that that's 25 millimeter, right? The gun, the gun on the Bradley. I think that every new IFE has to have like a 40 millimeter or something, because if that was 40 millimeter, that would have been enough for that tank to be completely destroyed just by the gun, not just blinded and slightly damaged. Talking about Ukraine, the Russians are having successes in Kupiansk. So in this direction, I think it's now probably safe to say that Kupiansk is kind of under pressure, because it's a large, you can see it here. I hate the words, but it is a logistics hub. You can see it literally on this screen as railroad. Okay. And they're also having success in Avdiivka after a long lull. I think they've been able to move forward. So Last time I think I said I might have been wrong about Avdiivka. It might take them longer to actually take Avdiivka. I don't think so anymore. I think it's going to be probably as we've said. It's a matter of maybe months, maybe even less. I don't know. There are some news today that Avdiivka is that the Ukrainians are leaving Avdiivka, but I don't know how true that is. It's just some random Telegram channels. So I don't know how trustworthy that would be. Speaking of Germany, you know the vote that happened recently?
Which one?
Well, against the let's not give Taurus to Ukraine.
No.
Well, it was completely fake. It was just political posturing. But the vote was against providing the Taurus missile to Ukraine. And the arguments used were, well, of course, it's going to provoke, Putin, World War III, blah, blah. And also, we will not be able to replenish the supplies really quickly because, the manufacturer can't really produce that many really quickly. And also, they won't be able to repair the missiles that are damaged. So we might as well just not provide them to Ukraine. And then the manufacturer, after the vote, the manufacturer made a press release. The company, I think, is called Taurus System something. So they will literally just make this, nothing else, as far as I understand. And they said, we're perfectly capable of making as many as... just need the order.
The funniest thing I think about that, this isn't the first time that the German manufacturing or military manufacturing comes out and basically, what's the word? The German government comes out with a statement, then they respond and say, "No, we totally can."
Yeah, I think Rheinmetall.
The first time this has happened, yeah.
Yeah, and they always say there's no. Oh, Peter saw the press release. Yeah. I can totally. You just need the order. Just please make an order. Go to the website. Taurus 200. Add the card. Check out.
In stock. Available in stock.
We just need that, and it's gonna be okay.
Oh God, I don't know what's with Germany. It's depressing.
Oh well. The saddest thing about that whole thing is I'm 100% sure that the missiles will be provided eventually. It's just like the Leopards, just like the Abrams, just like the F-16s, just like the ATACMS, just like the cluster munitions, the long range, the Storm Shadows. It's gonna be provided eventually. It's just that more Ukrainians will die this way. That seems to be the only difference, really. Which I guess brings us to the topic that I've set on YouTube, which is Mike Johnson. No, that's not a important thing. That is a man. Okay. Let me find the video. All right. So what Mike Johnson said recently, and we're gonna watch a video about that from I guess CBS. CBS is fine. And I'm gonna talk about it a little bit.
We have to affect real policy change at the border, and that is a necessary condition to anything we do going forward.
This is an old. I think this is an old video. Wait. I'm trying to find the new one. Oh, so MTG threatened to oust him too, just like they did with Cardi. Like if he does Ukraine funding, it's gonna.
That girl be power tripping.
No, but Trump told him to not take a deal too. which is not. I mean, the Trumpian part of the Republican Party is definitely not. Doesn't want to do that for sure. Do we want to watch Glenn Greenwald? Let's watch Glenn Greenwald. Why not? Wait, is that fucking? That's an AA player. Look, he did an AA player. He's watching videos on AA. That's excellent. I congratulate you, sir. You know what this is? It's an ASCII, it's an ASCII video player.
Nice.
It can run in Emacs, so you can watch YouTube in Emacs in a console, or watch pictures. Like this is how I watch porn, basically. But they messed it up
because it would
because
be more like the what's his name, the guy from Matrix.
Oh, from the Matrix. But those are just gibberish characters. This is real ASCII.
Yeah, but all I see is blonde, brunette. What was his name?
I forgot.
I remember.
They all had cool sounding names. I was gonna say Boomer, but no, it's not good. It wasn't Boomer. Boomer is the dog from Independence Day, isn't he? Isn't that the dog's name? The one that lives? Remember when the tunnel explodes? The Boomer. I think it's Boomer. Is it Boomer? Fuck, I have to find this out. Boomer. I think it's Boomer. And yes, has to be. If it's auto completing, it's Boomer. Okay. Dogs in Peril Supercut. Yes, thank you. Boomer! Boomer! Has to be Boomer. It's Boomer. Okay. Is this Independence Day in vertical? Oh, I'm sorry. It's YouTube movies. Okay. So it was Boomer. Okay. Going back to Glenn Greenwald.
The position of the Republican Party right now is not, we will never give you another dime for Ukraine no matter what.
Oh, it's green because he's Greenwald. Get it, Vlad? That's why it's green. That's why the background is green, because he's Greenwald. That doesn't explain why my backlight is green, though, because I'm not Greenwald.
Is the position of many
I guess the mystery continues, what I'm saying.
House members. But the official position of the House Speaker, Mike Johnson, is, look, we will consider bringing a bill to the floor for another $60 billion in Ukraine if and only if you, the Biden administration, agree to a wide range of very harsh measures that will close off the border, make it much easier to arrest and detain people who try and enter based on asylum claims.
No, I think that the only thing that will really have an impact is the stay in Mexico thing. I think everything else is just bullshit.
And deport people.
By the way, I think stay in Mexico should be done. I don't know. Maybe somebody can explain. I don't know why the Democrats are against stay in Mexico.
Out of the country. And thus far, they are insisting not on symbolic.
For people who don't know, stay in Mexico is basically they're considering your asylum as you're in Mexico. You're not brought into the United States.
Measures, but on very concrete ones, on very authentic ones, that they can go to their voters and say, look, the only reason we agreed to spend $60 billion on the Ukrainian border is because we got the kinds of things we've been telling you for years now we will get.
On the Ukrainian border?
For the American border. Whatever else you want to say about.
Okay, that's not. Not really on the Ukrainian border, but okay.
Mike Johnson, and I have criticisms of him in lots of ways, including the fact that he stood up in his first speech and said the very first thing we're going to do is not anything for you, Americans, but instead for what he called our good friend Israel. And the first bill that he wanted to get to the floor was a bill to send more money to Israel.
Glenn really doesn't like Israel.
And I've had other criticisms of him as well. The one thing I will say for him is that I think he has the potential to be a very effective political operative in Washington, a very effective House Speaker. He's very smart. By happenstance, I had him on my show 2 or 3 months before he was elected House Speaker at a time nobody thought he would, to talk to him about a hearing at which he harshly interrogated FBI Director Christopher Wray about the systemic censorship efforts in which the Biden administration was engaged with respect to big tech. I said at the time I came away very impressed with his intellect, with his depth of knowledge, with the seriousness with which he talked about issues and the integrity that I felt like he had, the kind of core integrity Johnson. And 3 months later or less, he was elevated to the House speakership, something that happened more or less almost by luck when nobody else was able to get enough votes.
Just Glenn Greenwald with no videos talking about it. Okay, well, whatever. He said that the interesting thing I think that he said, that Mike Johnson said, not Glenn Greenwald, is that he got he talked to Zelensky. People were asking him, well, why don't you want to support Ukraine? And he said, well, first of all, we need to understand the strategy, which I think he doesn't know what that means, but that's fine. We can use it colloquially. That's okay. He means basically, okay, what are we trying to achieve? What is the goal? What is the definition of success? Which I think would be useful things for the U.S. to have in terms of supporting Ukraine. As we can see, so far, the lack of those things, I think, has only caused confusion. I don't think it's a good thing for either Russia or the U.S. to have vague goals. For example, Biden used to say we're going to support Ukraine for as long as it takes. Right now, or recently, they've changed the words to for as long as we can. Those are very different things, okay? So, I don't, depending on your definition of can, okay? So, yeah, I think that wouldn't hurt. On the other hand, Mike Johnson doesn't like Russia necessarily, okay? I think the Russians maybe make that mistake and, oh, well, he's on our side probably. No, he's not. What he said was that, well, I talked to Zelensky, and apparently Biden didn't give him what he wanted. So maybe start by giving them what they want. Which is actually a very good point. But of course, he's hypocritical. I think that's, that's really, I mean, he's using that to just hit Biden. But I don't know if he would be supporting, if Biden would say, okay, from day one, let's give them F-16s. I'm sure Mike Johnson would be one of those people who would say, well, maybe that's, that's going to provoke Russia or whatever. Although I don't know what his personal views are on Russia and Putin and provoking Putin. From my understanding, most of the Republicans were rather hawkish, actually, on providing weapons to Ukraine. I think most of them, so it's kind of two parts, or I don't know how the split goes. But they're either against supporting Ukraine at all and forcing them to negotiate like MTG, or they can, well, Trump, maybe, we don't know. But there's an interesting part about Trump too, that later we can talk about that. But there's that part that's basically isolationist, and then the other part, let's fucking nuke Russia. Like, like Lindsey Graham and, people like that. And those people still want to do that. It's just that they really, really insist that that they should do something about the border. And I don't know if that's necessarily a bad thing. I'm very puzzled by Biden's resistance to establish some really common sense things around the border security, because there are definitely real problems with the border. Apparently Biden had communications with Mexico and around Christmas, I think, and apparently Mexico is doing things, and so there's actually right now, there's less things happening at the border, which I guess he will use to say, well, what's the problem? It's, it's fixed. It's working without any changes or whatever. But what he did actually was around Christmas, I think he called the Mexican president, and then there were background communications, lots of trips to Mexico by White House officials, and then things changed. There was a crackdown in Mexico. There was one of the camps, I guess you could call them, or hubs or gathering places or staging grounds for crossing the border was raided by the Mexican police and basically destroyed. Well, people weren't hurt, but they made it impossible to live there. So, things are happening, and I guess the U.S. is pressuring Mexico to do things in exchange for probably things like money and so on, which obviously is not a super long-term solution, but maybe it is. I don't know. Maybe that's the way to handle it. But
well, I would say that yes, it makes way more sense than the stupid fucking wall that you can defeat in all kinds of with a couple of tools from a hardware store.
Yeah, but people are not really talking about the wall anymore, really. I mean, Trump is talking about the wall, but people are mostly talking about policies like stay in Mexico and, not allowing them to get into the U.S. in the first place.
The problem with stay in Mexico is that the immigration system is so backlogged and understaffed that when you say stay in Mexico, that basically translates into years. That won't really work. People will not come, to Mexico and then spend 5 years in Mexico waiting for the US to process their application. So they will still try to get in illegally. The stay in Mexico thing, I don't think it makes
it worked
a ton of sense.
But it was rolled back by Biden. I agree. It basically works around the asylum thing and makes it incredibly hard to get asylum, but it definitely worked. Biden rolled that back, and now it doesn't work because it's not there anymore. So I wouldn't call. I mean, it's not a great thing. It's like there are some countries that are de facto blocking the asylum. Okay, there are some countries in the world, especially European countries, after the migrant crisis, that are just like Croatia, for example. Migrants from Bosnia who tried to get into Croatia were beat up. Their phones were taken. Their valuables were taken. I think there were reports of that, and they weren't let into the EU to do an asylum or anything like that. They were just beat up and thrown back. I mean, that's de facto a violation of the conventions. And I think
it's not just a violation of conventions. That's illegal under Croatian law, and under their own law, doing stuff like that is illegal.
Yeah, but not allowing
so
it.
That's not exactly a working policy.
Well, I mean, okay, but
the issues that we have, especially specifically speaking of the EU, is that the countries that are bordering non-EU countries are experiencing
really hard to listen to you with the sound.
Fuck. I'll fix it for the next stream. Okay. Basically, countries that are entry points have to deal with a disproportionate number of migrants / asylum seekers who are typically trying to actually get to other countries, whereas other countries in the EU are trying to keep them in the countries that are on the borders of the EU, right? And that's where a lot of this friction and a lot of the weird shit is happening. Sure. Because, the country will just get oversaturated by migrants. They'll be blocked from going to any other country. So then you have a single country that's stuck with a ton of migrants. No. So the problem is not being evenly distributed across.
Joining me now for his...
So there's a lot of issues there. I think you mentioned earlier the reason why Democrats and Republicans are fighting over immigration is because simply the approaches. I think it makes sense to target like operations such as coyotes and cartels that are actually facilitating this, and I think that would be more effective than, again, stupid shit like the wall. I don't know what other measures the Republicans are trying to fund, but that seems to make more sense. It seems to make more sense.
They want to change the policies. Most of all, they want to change the policies around it. It's not about the wall. The wall is a Trump meme, so that's not really a...
So they want to change the policy so that people cannot actually claim asylum and remain in the US.
Well, because of the backlog, it would make it, de facto, it would make it really impossible to get asylum. You would get on a list or whatever, But yeah, you would have to stay forever to, for years
So
to
basically,
wait
they're
for.
trying to, outright deny asylum
Well, yeah, well, as a workaround, yeah.
in practice.
Yeah. Pretty much, yeah. There's a problem. This is the migrant crisis itself is getting just the migrants getting in, right? There's a problem of migrants getting in illegally, and then there's a problem of fentanyl getting in. And those two things are kind of combined and called the border crisis. And the two things have very little in common, really.
Exactly.
Because
that's what I was gonna say.
the drugs are coming through ports of entry, and they need, I guess, more capacity, more technology, whatever. I'm not sure. I'm not an expert in that area. And the migrant crisis is something that could be resolved with, again, more capacity, more funding, but also changes in policies, I guess, would make sense until that's in place, until the U.S. can. Because the biggest problem is those people are just overwhelmed. And so you're just not able to process all of them. Okay, I found a video. I think this is the one. Biden's bogus border deal. There we go. Or BBBD, as we call it. And that's Laura Ingraham. Hey, it's been a while since I saw her.
First interview on the angle since becoming Speaker and since coming out of that meeting is Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson. Mr. Speaker, thank you so much for joining us. The president actually just got off the phone with me right before the show, and he said he has spoken to you about this deal and that he is against it, and he urged you to be against this deal. He was President Trump was extremely adamant about that. Your reaction to that, given the fact that, look, he knows how to do this enforcement stuff. You don't need some new bill coming out of the Senate to get the border enforced.
Yeah, President Trump is not wrong. He and I have been talking about this pretty frequently. I talked to him.
She said the president without naming. I thought she was talking about Biden.
Yeah, exactly. She's basically refusing
the
to
president.
say former president.
Just the president. Oh my God.
Just this fucking lunacy is... I cannot. I don't even know what to say anymore.
Good job,
People are just
Laura.
fucking nuts.
They're fine, lad.
Yeah, the president.
Isn't it? Aren't you supposed to say like the former president or whatever? I mean, you get when you're
Exactly.
addressing him, you would say Mr. President. That's fine.
Yeah,
but
when you're referring to him, former president, because that's exactly what he is.
Jesus.
But this is, still feeding into this denialism about
the big
latest
lie.
election. And it's insane because let's remember, Fox already had to settle $1 billion lawsuit because of misinformation that they were spreading knowingly about the election. And yet this moron is still pulling shit like this on air. It's just fucking mind blowing.
I mean, she's kind of on the edge, playing with fire a little bit. Okay.
Night before last about the same subject. We don't have the text of whatever the Senate has cooked up yet. And so we have to reserve judgment, I think, to see what comes out of it. It doesn't sound good at the outset. But what I told the President Biden at the White House today is the same thing that I've been saying to him since I was handed the gavel to become Speaker, and that is our border, our national border, is national security. And we have to talk about the safety and the security and the sovereignty of America before we talk about anything else. That has to be top of mind. That's what the American people demand. That's what they deserve. And that's what the House Republicans are united around. So that is the battle, and we got to get it done.
The Republican grassroots, I think, by the reaction on social media, were really encouraged by your tweets that the Langford bill is a no-go. And the text of that bill, I think, is already written. It has been written for some time, and it included 5,000 minimum migrants to be waived into the country.
Yeah, I mean, that's non-starter. I think if they went this long without reaching a deal, I think taking that as the Schumer thing.
Every day, which is 1.825 million a year. And now you said it's not the time for comprehensive immigration reform, which is...
Did you see the video of migrants chanting Biden, Biden?
Trump-based migrants.
That could be a Republican ad. Like they could do just that.
Is really amnesty. So that was really encouraging. But then at 6:03 p.m. Eastern time today, Mr. Speaker, The Hill posted a story with this title: Johnson gets squeezed by Biden's Senate GOP on Ukraine and the border. Your reaction to that?
Yeah, I don't know what they're talking about, Laura. We haven't seen that text yet. The senators, the Republicans who are engaged in the negotiation on the other side, say that some of those claims aren't true. We have to reserve judgment because that text has not been posted yet and we've not seen it. I mean, I'm hopeful that they'll come up with something meaningful, but what I have said from the very beginning is that we have to have H.R. 2 or the functional equivalent thereof. Why? Because it has very important provisions. We reform asylum and the broken parole process. We restore the Trump-era Remain in Mexico policy, which is essential, and you end catch and release. We need to
the parole process is a little broken. It's been used for Ukraine, so that's why I know a little bit about it, and it's not great, but yeah. I mean, the U.S. immigration is broken beyond repair, honestly. It needs a fundamental reform. It needs to be a normal country immigration system, but it's an incredibly outdated, broken, dysfunctional thing. So I don't know. I mean, the parole system is what the parole system is basically it allows you to enter the U.S. and remain in the U.S. independently of whatever other things would prevent you from entering. Like you can be a criminal, you can have like canceled visas or whatever, or expired visas or whatever. Like you would never get into the U.S. otherwise. But if you get a parole, it paroles you, okay, and you can stay and I think work too. And this applies to certain countries, certain Southern American countries, and Biden also expanded this for Ukraine as well, and it worked really bad. I've heard horror stories about people not being able to get in, and it was really because it worked. It doesn't work. What you have to know about the U.S. is also that it's very schizophrenic. So there's a Department of State, which is the embassies, and then you have the USCIS, which is the Immigration Service, and then within the and then you have CBP, which is the Border Security, and those are separate agencies. Only two of those are in the same department, which is the Department of Security, the Department of Homeland Security, and then the Department of State is separate. So, for example, the Department of State, which issues visas, the embassies and everything, they don't know anything about the paroles, okay? So there's no tracking of people. So they just basically, when they get a parole, they stay forever. Because they get a parole, they stay for 2 years, they apply for, hey, I want to stay here because of whatever. And then there was a court date and the courts are overwhelmed and then they stay for 2 more years. And then they apply, then they say, okay, well, I've lived here for so long, I pay taxes, so I should be basically, I should be an American or American resident or whatever. And so it's extremely broken, and it's very unfair to people who try to enter the country illegally, right? Because it's very draconian to those people. And if you just cross the border, just walk into the U.S. from Mexico, you're going to get all kinds of benefits. So it really makes no sense. I absolutely agree with that. But and it really doesn't select based on merit or self-sustainability or anything. It's just you are a human being, and it's in that way it's very equal opportunity, I guess. If you can walk into the U.S. I mean, it's kind of sad that the best way to, like, if you want to immigrate into the U.S., like one of the best ways is to just break the law. And I mean, I'm not encouraging anybody to break the law, but it sounds like that. Like if you really, really want to urgently live in the U.S., like just walk in, go to the cops, right? Go to the border guard, say, hey, I seek asylum, and you're in, and it's very likely you're gonna stay in. And that's crazy in a modern country like 2024, right? Like that is insane. that's the best way to do it, because you're not filtering for criminals. You're not filtering for, like, horrible people who really shouldn't be in the U.S. You're not doing any of those things, because those people generally tend to, quote unquote, lose the documents, lose the passport, blah, blah. And so, yeah, we saw this, of course, happening in Europe as well, where people would just throw away the passports before entering the EU, because that would actually help them. Like, having the passport would actually facilitate their deportation, and not having the passport, well, then asylum, blah blah blah. And so we saw a lot of just passports thrown away on the border.
I mean, there's ways around that. There's things that I've heard countries are doing. Like, for example, they would be employing people who are familiar or originate from the same areas the migrants come from, and they would quiz them and try and figure out if they're actually telling the truth, and who they are, where they're from, stuff like that. There's ways to combat this, but yeah, I agree that it's ridiculous. And I think that's part of the reason. The Republicans are basically insisting on penalizing measures rather than coming up with anything constructive to reform the system that is fundamentally broken and is actually encouraging this.
Yeah, it's encouraging all the worst. Yeah, it's encouraging the perverse behaviors.
You build the wall. There are other
the fundamental.
Of course, when I say perverse behaviors, I mean the stuff you do a lot. I mean, in terms of the incentives here.
That I'm about to do just now, just a minute.
Elements as well, but some of those are essential to stop the flow.
But Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I've been doing this immigration thing for 30 years here, long before you came here. But
True.
They could do that tonight.
Exactly.
They don't need the Lankford bill to remain in Mexico or to enforce our border. They do not have good faith on this issue. They do not want the border to be secure, because if they did, they would have secured it over the last 3 years. So then you show up at the White House and trying to strong arm you to agree to something that has been written by Schumer's staff for months.
Yeah, Laura, no one is strong-arming me. I told the president, I looked right across the table from him in the cabinet officials' room, and I said, Mr. President, you have the authority right now to end this catastrophe. It's your actions that created it. In fact, Mr. President, I told him in the meeting today, we've documented 64 instances of you.
One more weird thing, just to interrupt Mr. Johnson here, one more thing that's really weird is the incredible amount of power the executive branch has over all of this thing. And so there's really very little oversight. I mean, the Congress can, of course, pass laws, but there's very little oversight in terms of the decision making and so on. It's mostly just their own guidelines, the agency's guidelines, that are guiding them in terms of how this happens. And it's the lack of transparency is incredible. And they're basically gods of the border. They can do anything. I remember when Trump did the Muslim ban. Even if he did the Muslim ban, I think he would be able to defend it in court. If he would be able to show that, I'm just doing my job. I have a good faith, belief that, I'm protecting the U.S. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
He can totally do that. People thought, he can totally do that. He can close the borders if he wanted to.
The president's prerogative.
Yeah. Well, the executive branch. Yeah. So, I don't know. I mean, I don't think that's good either, because what that does is, or maybe the lack of laws. This would be one of the rare exceptions that would call for more laws and more regulation, from at least more oversight by Congress. Because the way this works, the problem with the executive branch, is they get reelected every fucking 4 years. And so it changes dramatically. People trying to immigrate, they're going to have they apply today, and then Trump gets elected, and suddenly you can't be Muslim, or... or Jared has a merit-based immigration system idea that he can totally implement, right? He doesn't need anybody. Jared is not elected, but he gets to implement, this is how it works. It's really hard. And then Biden gets reelected, and then again, you get the, you can apply for government assistance if you're an immigrant. And it's so schizophrenic. And this is the same problem that NATO has. Like, hey, okay, Trump is today the president of the United States, so there should be no NATO. Let's leave NATO. And then Biden comes, no, really, we are the leaders of the free world. Like, it's so schizophrenic, and it's all
the joys of democracy.
Yes, but I feel both of these things are generally very new phenomena, right? NATO obviously didn't exist when the founders were there, and the founders envisioned declaring war. I mean, that's the mechanism that we would, handle those things. So Congress would. I don't think they envisioned Congress cucking out and saying, "Well, we're not going to vote on anything, and we're just going to have a continuing resolution of the authorization of use of military force, AUMF, to the president, so he can basically just have indefinite wars happening for years and years and years, and he can do whatever he wants, and then when there are re-elections." That's not how it's designed. That's not how it's supposed to work.
Right. I mean,
You take an exec.
All stems back to 9/11 and post.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, the incredible overreaction
also,
that should have been done by just like installing locks on planes instead. The Department of Homeland Security and all of those things.
Sure, but also the sharp rise of partisan politics. That
that was around the same. Yeah, that was even before 9/11. But partisan politics, I think, started with Bill Clinton and Newt Gingrich. That's when it really started.
The real cancer of the system, because you cannot achieve any kind of consensus because everything becomes a wedge issue between two parties.
Yeah, Congress stopped being functional.
Eventually, people are stop arguing over what's in the national interest, but rather what's in the party interest, and then that's when the system starts to break down.
Yeah, pretty much.
That's the problem.
Executive actions in your agencies that created this catastrophe. Mr. President, it's on you to unwind it. We don't need new laws. You could do it right now. I've cited to him, read him the legal authority on the phone on Thursday of last week that he could take. And you know what he said in the meeting, Laura? He said, we're ready to do big things on the border. Well, hallelujah, Mr. President. President Biden, do your job. Fix the catastrophe that you've created. It's an unspeakable humanitarian catastrophe, a national security catastrophe. 302,000 people came over the border in December alone.
This. Right, but they know this, Mr. Speaker. So you going over to the White House today, I mean, I understand.
In Biden's defense, he didn't know who Mike Johnson was, so.
And you want to show comedy with the Democrats, and you have a reputation wanting to work with them, and that's great if you're working with people who actually have the same goals as you have. Right. And I think your goals here, by all indication, your goals are the goals of the grassroots of the Republican Party, and most Americans, by the way. But that is not their goal. If it were their goal,
I've actually read up on this guy. I don't think he really aligns with the super Trumpian part of the Democrat Party, Republican Party. So he's a little weird. He has some views that are a little misaligned, I think, for the Israel thing, for example.
They would have enforced the border. So you're in negotiations with people who don't have your same goals in mind. So you're just giving them the fig leaf of bipartisanship here, or they're going to blame you if this goes south.
Laura, we have to do everything we can do, drag them kicking and screaming over the line, but that's our job, is to forge that consensus to make it happen. I only have the control of one chamber, one House of Congress, and we have the smallest majority in U.S. history, quite literally this week, with people out sick. So we're doing everything we can. We have to use every ounce of leverage and make them do the right thing. That's what we're trying to force. No one is twisting my arm. It's quite the opposite. I'm there at the White House demanding action on behalf of the American people, and the House Republicans are going to stand on that ground. We have been consistently, and will continue to do so.
If Ukraine is really the positively, absolutely has to be a priority, which I'm certainly not for, but if
I'm certainly not for.
If they're desperate to get money to Ukraine, again, the American people aren't for that. I think
yes, they are, actually. The polls are still showing that the American people really want to support Ukraine. They're cautious about providing just cash to Ukraine, but supporting Ukraine with weapons, that's still a majority. So she's full of shit there. But
it's only 41% in our Fox voter analysis poll
Fox voter analysis poll. Okay.
In Iowa say they.
Fox voter analysis poll in Iowa. Okay. So that answers my questions. So those are the people who pick up their landline phones, okay? In Iowa. Okay. They are the American people.
They want to give more.
The nation.
I think most millennials and up don't actually ever answer phones. I mean, they're cell phones. They don't have landline phones. I think nobody actually picks up the phone.
Money to Ukraine. But if you guys all want to do that, do a Ukraine bill standalone. Why tie that to our border?
Well, Ukraine is leveraged to get border, but to your point, they may indeed be broken up. We'll see how it all develops. Again, the devil's going to be in the details.
Actually criticizing him for bundling it up, because that's the whole point of, like, he's doing that to force Biden to compromise, not.
Yep.
Details on all these proposals, but what's
he told her, like, that's the leverage. Dummy.
Happening in Ukraine is not acceptable. The status quo is not acceptable. We've sent billions of dollars over there without any clear articulation of the strategy. And I've been telling the White House this as well. What is the strategy? What's the end game? How do we have accountability
but why
for the precious
more
dollars
money,
of taxpayers?
Yeah,
That's
why give them more
question.
money? They've failed. Talk about failing. That's not failing upward. They're just failing.
Yeah, we've been pressing the White House every day for answers to critical questions the American people are owed, and we have to.
Note how he is avoiding to actually agree with her, because her takes are obviously don't give Ukraine any money, don't support Ukraine anymore, and he's like super politician. He's just working around that. Like he didn't actually agree with anything she said. Yeah, that's exactly right.
To know that we have to know strategy, end game.
Have to know the strategy and end game. Okay.
How does Ukraine get out of that conflict? Why aren't the critical weapons systems that have been requested and necessary to push Russia back been supplied by the White House? I mean,
why haven't the necessary weapons critical for success haven't been supplied to Ukraine? He's actually attacking Biden on the right, which I guess he should be.
And I met with President Zelensky when he was in town last before Christmas, and he said they haven't gotten the weapons system they asked for. So, in other words,
he used Zelensky to criticize Biden. Is brilliant.
The White House is not even providing the assistance that has been needed, and yet they're asking for more billions.
Which is true. I mean, that's true. I mean, you can't argue with that, really.
There's a lot of work yet here to be done, and I understand the frustration of the American people. We share it as well. That's the problem.
And Mr. Speaker, one final question. Given the fact that many in the House of Representatives believe Alejandro Mayorkas should be impeached for failing to do his job.
Mayorkas is the head of CIS, Immigration Service.
Do you believe whatever is agreed to in this so-called border deal would in any way be implemented on the enforcement side by a man who's allowed our border to be open on the direction of the Biden team?
Absolutely not. Laura, Mayorkas is responsible for this. He engineered the open border. He is the one that's done that. So to your point, it doesn't matter what laws we pass. If the Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security is unable or unwilling to enforce them, I think he's unwilling in this case, then it makes no difference. And that's the point. I think the White House and the President himself has to take executive action. He has to do what he has, the authority under existing law, to solve this mess, to end the catastrophe that he and his agencies, including Mayorkas, have created. We're going to insist upon that. We have been every single day. We'll continue to, because we owe that to the American people.
So that's actually the part I wanted to show you about Ukraine. So just to summarize, he was talking to Laura, who's definitely anti-Ukraine, don't support Ukraine, force them to surrender or whatever. Putin's great, Putin is sexy. And then what he responded was working around her statements and then said, well, but also Zelensky told me they didn't even provide them with the actual stuff they wanted to get. So, what are the criteria for success? What are we providing them with? And where's the, we want accountability. We want to make sure that they're getting the actual things that they should be getting to achieve the success. Absolutely true. I think that's absolutely true, because the U.S. has been providing, I mean, in terms of the costs, the US has been, you could do a way better job because the US has generally been providing old, outdated tech where the US could provide the latest technology and it would actually be cheaper than the incredible amounts of, you know, garbage that it has been provided to Ukraine, like long-range air-to-air missiles or long-range other long-range missiles that Ukraine needs. Things like the F-16s. But the U.S., just a reminder, the U.S. will not provide F-16s to Ukraine. It's going to be the other countries. The U.S. is coordinating the effort, but the U.S. is not providing them. And Ukraine has asked for these since pretty much the beginning of the war. And the argument was, well, they need time to learn, so it doesn't make sense to provide them anyway. And now they're providing them. And of course, the ATACMS, nothing really changed with the ATACMS. They're not getting great built anymore. They just provided them because, you know, Ukraine was running out of ammo. So, yeah, I you know, partly agree. But I also think he's a hypocrite. I don't think he truly believes all this. I think he's probably closer to Laura than, you know, Ukrainians would like to think. But also he understands what the American people actually want, which is not what Laura is saying, which is not what the Fox News poll of the Iowa voters has said, but it's actually still somewhere around 50%, I think.
I think I want to give credit to Laura here because, you know, she's actually making Mike Johnson look real good in person. Well done.
Well, that's true. But note how Johnson is not criticizing Ukraine at all, which Laura is. She says, well, they're failing, talk about failing, blah, blah, blah. And he didn't say a word in terms of criticizing Ukraine or even Zelensky. He's criticizing Biden only and criticizing. And if anything, he's telling them, well, you were... And that's what you hear from people like, I don't know, Shapiro. I mean, from all the Republican Party, that's the mainstream party. The Trump isolationist part is very different and would be aligned with what Laura is saying. But those people are, I mean, why, you know, the sanctions don't work. We have to defeat them militarily. Why are we holding back? Why are we afraid of provoking Putin? Let's give them everything they want. Let's give them anything. There were initiatives in Congress started by the Republicans and some Democrats that called for providing, you know, the ATACMS missiles and so on for like a year ago. And, you know, nothing really happened.
You know, whether he's a hypocrite or not,
I think he is.
It's constructive criticism, at the very least, you know, so they're not just batshit crazy like Miss Ingram here. It's actually something that contributes to the conversation rather than, you know, the whole let's suck off Trump and Putin, hopefully at the same time if possible.
Well, speaking of Trump, so we just covered Mike Johnson. That's the mainstream wing of the Republican Party, I think. Although he's very Trumpian, actually. If you look into what he likes, I think is way more Trumpy than McCarthy was. Although McCarthy was super Trumpy. He went and, you know, the Democrats called us kiss his hand or whatever.
Yeah.
There was an article, I think it was an article. Yes. The Daily Mail column. Let me try to find that. By Mr. Boris Johnson. Talking about what will happen if Trump gets elected. And it's very interesting. Oh my God, I'm not going to allow ads. No. Not going to allow ads, okay? Do I have my... Okay, maybe I'm going to allow ads. Fine. Okay. All right, just this page. Okay, just this once. Let's have that. Okay. So this is the actual title of the article that he wrote. Okay. So Vlad, I think you would really appreciate this because he used several $15 words in the article. Okay. The global wokerati, okay, are trembling so violently you can hear the ice tinkling in their Negronis. But the Trump presidency could be just what the world needs. Okay. With the shriek of the elder. Okay, I'm not gonna even read this. Okay, he's talking about how the let's watch the video. I think it's a minute or so. Okay.
Across the Western world, the liberal intelligentsia is in a state of gibbering funk about what is clearly the growing possibility that Donald Trump will indeed be the next president of the United States. Christine Lagarde of the European Central Bank has said he's a threat to Europe. The Economist newspaper, no less, says he's the biggest global threat of 2024. And what I'm saying is that if you look at the facts, if you study the actual record, I think there is a case to be made that if Donald Trump does the right thing and continues American support for Ukraine, then it is at least possible that a Trump presidency will be a good thing for America and the world. Read about him in the Daily Mail.
He did a teaser for his article. Hey, so in the cocktail parties, blah, blah, blah. What are these words? Okay. Phi, Allah, Pa, Loxamers. What is this man saying? Okay. Well, that's a good photo. I want to skip to the good part. Okay. The great orange dirigible is miraculously reinflating across the Atlantic. Okay. So I love The Economist, blah, blah, the biggest threat to the world. Okay. And so this is where the meat starts. If you look at the fact, you can actually make a case, and I may as well make it now, that the Trump presidency could be just what the world needs. Let me stress that there's no way, okay, kissing Joe Biden's ass. That's fine. January 6th, bad thing. That's fine. Reasonable people can see that Trump is not actually a would-be dictator. They have come to resent what looks like legalistic resistance to ask him as a candidate. The more frenzied the efforts to cancel him, the stronger he becomes. And instead of hyperventilating, clutching our pearls, we need to look dispassionately at what happens at his last presidency as a guide to the future. Note, this has been Shapiro's pitch as well forever since Trump got elected, is don't read the tweets, don't listen to what he says, look at what he does. And I think he's doing the same thing here. My thoughts, of course, go first to Ukraine. It is the paramount struggle of our time. We're still not doing enough to help that heroic nation. In the past 2 years, Ukrainians have been laying down their lives, bearing unimaginable hardship in the case of freedom, cause of freedom, not just their own freedom, but the principles of freedom and democracy around the world. They can, must, and will win. That will mean patience and determination from their friends in the West. And so, yes, I'm worried, frankly, by some of the defeatist nonsense I read. And I'm alarmed by the thought that some members of the Republican Party seem to want to throw in the sponge. And is that a reference to Rocky, or was that forever a thing in boxing? And consign a sovereign and democratic European country to darkness and tyranny. And so, yes, of course, given some of the views that are glibly ascribed to Donald Trump in the subject, I've been pondering deeply what a Trump victory might mean for the war. What can we deduce from the record? Well, ask yourself first, which American president was the first to stand up for Ukraine after Putin's invasion in 2014? Was it the great liberal internationalist Barack Obama? No siree. He did nothing to push Putin out of Ukraine, either from Crimea and Donbass, true, nor did the French, nor did the Germans, nor frankly did the UK government of the day, which decided mystifyingly to wash its hands from the matter and trust the fate of the Ukrainians to the morally bankrupt Normandy format based It was Donald Trump who gave Ukrainians those Javelin anti-tank weapons, which, together with the UK Analom missiles and other weapons, were so valuable to the Ukrainians in the battle for Kiev. It was at least partly thanks to that bold decision by Trump that the Ukrainians were able to stun the world, send Putin's army scuttling from the Ukrainian capital. This is undisputably true. Trump was the first U.S. president. Trump was the first ever leader of any country that gave the Ukrainians actual destructive weapons. Obama gave them body armors and things like that, and was hesitant to provide anything more because he was afraid of provoking Putin, just like Biden is, which makes sense because Biden was his vice president. He was in charge of Ukraine, so presumably that was him, and this is him now. So he's at least consistent. Trump did provide javelins to the Ukrainians. The Ukrainians asked for javelins during Obama. They didn't get them. So that's true. So whatever they say now about President Trump, I cannot believe that he will want to go down in history as a president who abandoned a country he has already helped to keep free. To all his Ukraine skeptic supporters in the Republican Party, I say, how can you possibly make America great again if you allow a Russian tyrant to inflict a total humiliation on the West? So he's kidding. I think he's smart in terms of using the words like humiliation, because that's what works with the Republicans. Like making the Ukrainian defeat like a U.S. humiliating defeat. I think that kind of strikes a nerve for at least some of the Republicans. Trump will certainly demand that the Europeans pay more for their own defense, but that's a long-standing U.S. and indeed UK policy. I simply can't believe that Trump will ditch the Ukrainians. On the contrary, having worked out as he surely has, because he's a high IQ individual and a super stable genius, that there's no deal to be done with Putin, I reckon there's a good chance that he will double down and finish what he started by giving them what they need to win. So he's actually arguing that Trump is going to give them more weapons. That's what Boris Johnson is writing here. Everybody see the malevolence of Iran, blah, blah, hostile actors backed by Iran, Iranian drones, Hamas trained and funded by Iran. Now we see Houthis using Iranian missile. Do you think any of this would be happening if Donald Trump has been the president? It was Trump who suddenly staggered the world at the beginning of 2020 by violently liquidating Qasem Soleimani, the head of Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. True. That has happened too. The diplomatic world had conniptions, but we didn't hear much from Iran for the rest of Trump's presidency, did we? Or take Syria, where Bashar al-Assad poisoned his own people. What did America do under Barack Obama? Nothing. And what did Trump do when Assad did it again? Trump hit him so hard, destroyed so many of his planes, that Assad never used chemical weapons again. That's a little weaker, actually. What has happened was mostly just an empty show of force. Didn't really super hurt Assad, but several Russian bases were hit. Then I think several Russians were hit too. And also, let's remember I think I could be wrong. Wait, when was the Hasham? Was it Hasham attack? Was that Battle of Hasham? Okay. When was that? That was 2018. So that was during Trump, right? Yeah, that was Trump. Is that Trump? That was Trump. Okay. Presidential election. Yeah, that was Trump. So Trump authorized the strike on Wagner. That happened in Syria too. Understanding that they were Russian, because the U.S. didn't know that they were Russian, and they actually said that to the Russian Ministry of Defense, and then the Ministry of Defense said no, they're just some Syrian soldiers. So he also, what Johnson is not saying here, he also did one of the rare direct attacks against the Russian troops, because Wagner was by all intents and purposes Russia in Syria, right? The the storm troops of Russia in Syria. And they hit them incredibly hard. The Russians are still super pissed about that. They're still making videos and sad songs about that because they were, betrayed by the Ministry of Defense as well. The Russian Ministry of Defense. Basically defenseless. So Trump has authorized that as well. And so, yeah, when it counts, I think Johnson is kind of making a good argument there. And then the nightmare of COVID, Brexit, blah, 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 Eurozone. So he's talking about the economics further on. Fundamental problem with the current battle to cut carbon, so global warming. It's more about taste and style and his undoubted ability to wind people up. I suppose he's been caught saying a few unguarded things, but who hasn't, says Boris Johnson. Did he say that Kipling, I think he was in India, right? And he quoted that racist Kipling, Rudyard Kipling's poem about the Englishman's boot or something.
Yeah.
So yeah, who hasn't? He who is without sin in this department, let him cast the first stone. I like his style. I like the vaguely African dance he does at his rallies. The vaguely African dance he does at his rallies. He's talking about the YMCA dance, of course. Which, yeah, vaguely African, sure. And I laugh at his essentially good-natured parodies of French President Emmanuel Macron and Biden. I say, calm down, folks. The more you froth and fret, the more determined his supporters will be. Sure. And so I don't know how much of this is wishful thinking. I think a lot of this is wishful thinking. Because I think Trump has been more or less clear in terms of, I would end the war in 24 hours and so on. I mean, there's no other way to do that except starting World War III or forcing, which wouldn't technically end it, or forcing Zelensky to surrender, basically, and to capitulate and say, okay, Putin can keep its territories and so on. So I don't think he's right about that. I don't think Johnson is right about this. But I think he did a good job in terms of just showing us how Trump is, what Trump does and what Trump says are very different, incredibly different things. And you basically don't know what you're voting for with Trump, which I find, voting for Trump would be really weird because I wouldn't know what I would be getting. It would depend on, if Ivanka was able to show him some videos, or if
exactly
somebody.
I think you just hit the nail on the head there, because I would say that there is a difference between what Trump says and what people around him are able to persuade him to do.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So that's the key difference. Like, he's completely unpredictable in that sense. And I wish I was a fly on the wall and be able to actually observe that the conversation that was happening around the approval of the javelins, because let's remember, this is following on him trying to blackmail Zelensky and get impeached for doing so, right? And then somebody, again, in his cabinet or in the security apparatus or chiefs of staff or whoever, apparently managed to argue him into actually providing this and approving this. Under what logic, how that conversation looked like, I'd be super curious to know that. Actually, I was trying to Google a little more information, but there's very little, if anything, about the actual proceedings of that particular deal. Boris himself being the leader that has led his own country to a fucking disaster.
It's really hard to listen to one.
Brexit. Why, my microphone?
Yeah, it's breaking up like 50%.
Fuck it. I'll fix it before the next call. Anywho, when Boris Johnson tells you not to worry about where a person is going to lead the country, I would be super, super careful because, like I said, he presided over catastrophic Brexit that the consequences of which are still shaking UK to the core. Like, I don't know how much you know about the situation in the UK, but it's not a rosy picture at all.
Do you remember this
So
video,
fuck this
Vlad,
guy.
talking about impeachable things? Do you remember this video?
President Obama was far from Washington today in South Korea for a summit with world leaders on nuclear security. But he couldn't escape presidential politics, not after a live microphone picked up a comment that he made to the Russian president. Senior White House correspondent Bill Plant is traveling with the president in Seoul tonight. Bill?
Scott, President Obama and outgoing Russian President Medvedev were still deep in conversation as cameras were ushered into the room. And President Obama was overheard giving Medvedev a very candid political assessment of his ability to deal with the major problems between the U.S. and Russia. All of the issues can be solved, the president told Medvedev, but he stressed that it was particularly important for incoming Russian President Vladimir Putin to give him space on the missile defense system, which the U.S. and NATO want to install in Europe.
This is my last election. Yeah, and after my election, I have more flexibility. Yeah, I understand. I transmit this information to Vladimir and I stand with him.
Republican presidential contender.
I will transfer your information to Vladimir. I will have more flexibility after this is my last election. After the election, I'm going to have more flexibility. I don't know if the Republicans wanted to impeach him for this. I don't think so. I think they were able to. I think this was the time of this. I think they weren't able to, even if they wanted to. I mean, this is obviously backroom talk. I think what the Trump ones was way uglier than this one, obviously, because Trump is Trump and Obama is Obama. But
wait, what was questionable here exactly?
Well, if you let me
you
fucking
started-
finish, then you will fucking understand, okay? Shut the fuck
We
up.
just
Okay.
watched the video.
Okay, shut the fuck up. I'm talking.
Okay,
When I
fuck up.
finish, I did it, ladies and gentlemen. I did it. We got him. Go and turn him off.
Why did you do that?
Oh no. Why did it take me so long? We could have done it in the beginning. You just need to tell him to shut the fuck up. That's the key word. That's the magic words.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
You imagine he has a reason now not to appear on the next stream.
I gave him an excuse. Oh no. Oh no.
What if you must fight this? Take a referee and fight.
Fight like
See who wins, and the winner gets to do whatever he wants on stream and to shut your mic, or you can shut his.
You mean fight like physically?
Yeah, yeah.
Well, he's in Greece. He's far away,
Try
so would be
try
far.
through both.
I think we could do something like Valorant or something. We could do that, but Vlad would lose, so that wouldn't be fair.
Mud fight like in Turkey.
That's a good idea.
Imagine who will win must also go out and take a dip in cold water, in icy water, like Putin does.
And cross himself.
Yeah, to celebrate money.
Those are great ideas.
Imagine having to buy a chainsaw to cut the icy water near your house only for this challenge.
Oh no, but you're absolutely right. He's gonna use this to not come on the next stream. He's gonna say, "Well, you told me shut the fuck up." Did you see how quickly he drops? Fuck, I should have done this. Oh man, it took me 2 hours, 2.5 hours.
But imagine if he would have simply shut up.
Well, that would have been. I should have muted him. You know, maybe that was better. I don't know. I kid Vlad. Vlad, I love you, okay?
Maybe use safe words.
Well, he went offline. He turned off his computer.
Yeah. Maybe have a safe word before telling him to shut up, or make a sound so he can back off.
Those are all really good suggestions.
Is he the one from the pictures you posted on Discord? The younger looking bald guy.
Yeah, that's him. Yeah, that's him. That's him from, I don't know, like 10 years ago maybe or something. Yeah. Not even that long ago.
But they don't look the same. I was very confused.
They don't look like him? Yeah,
Yeah.
He's changed recently a lot. I guess it's all the unhealthy lifestyle. I don't know. I don't know what a lot of. Well, he wasn't wearing a beard, so I guess the beard makes him look older a little bit. And he wasn't.
The younger one looks creepier.
He does. He has this thing. Yeah, maybe that's why he's wearing the beard, to make it look less creepy. But I don't know. I don't know how successful that is, though. I don't know. I don't remember those. I should check the metadata on those photos because I have no idea. I don't know. I think maybe it's more than 10 years, but not much more. I'd say maybe 15 years. Possible.
He's 35. In those pictures, about 35.
Vlada's. Fuck. I think I forgot his age. I used to be able to remember his age because he had one of those email addresses where it's like Vlad something, you know, like Vlad year, and that's the year of his birth because he's a boomer. So
he's older than.
I used to. He's not an actual boomer, but I don't know, generation whatever. But I think he's. Oh, man,
Those pictures look like they're from 2008.
I forgot. I used to be able to, because one of his, definitely his email. If I would be able to find his email address, I would be able to tell you. But, yeah, he's older than me.
Those pics look like it's 2008 quality.
Probably, yeah. So anyway, what's up? Had any good conversations with Cade recently?
No, we ended it.
Just ended, okay.
He was literally taking the part of that batshit crazy chatter from his Discord named Daniel, and basically accused me of being of having his behavior, and deleted the entire thread only so it doesn't appear that he basically took his side.
Okay. Well, that
he called all of us who called him out because he cannot debate, cannot accept that if you put out an idea, you might get backlash. He called us deserving of a doctor. And it's a free word. It's all what he says, all what he wants, and it's not none of our business. And then Skate took his part when we called him out.
Yeah,
And he said, I cannot be, I'm not, I cannot carry a normal conversation when exactly that's what he should have told to him, not to me. Because I wasn't the only one who said that. It was Lesbian Hot Sauce saying the same thing I said, and he only targeted me.
Yeah, I wonder.
It's bizarre what he did. It's very psycho, very, very aggressive, taking that incel guy side only without any reason.
Yeah, I wonder what's behind that, because I don't know if he really believes all of those things. He might, but some of the things he wrote are, I don't know. I have a hard time believing that he actually believes those things. Like the super trad,
Posted message, wrote messages calling women monkeys, wrote that he left someone pregnant and now that person wants him to be a father. Very weird messages. But Skate just tells him to focus on the subject of the war, and he basically ignores Skate, and Skate screams at him with caps lock and nothing else.
Yeah.
That never addresses the homophobia, the transphobia, the anything. Let him carry on.
Yeah, that's usually how it goes. There was a dude way ago in this chat, and Skate invited me to chat with him. I think he was on his stream, maybe, I don't know. And the dude was really, I call him, well, everybody on the server calls him EMP Pro, because he was really into EMPs, the electromagnetic pulse weapons. And he doesn't understand how they work, obviously, and he thinks they're magic, and he thinks they can do anything. So I just asked him very basic questions, like, all right, like, how would this work, and blah blah. And he started like super. First of all, he started to become super aggro. Like he's an unbalanced, very unhinged individual. Okay. Which is fine, that's okay. You can be into MPs, that's fine. I never got any reasonable answers. I just got like, you don't understand, blah, blah, blah. You're a NATO fan, okay, that's right. But during that chat, Skate and his mod were totally ignoring all the direct attacks, right, that he's making, like, direct, just pure ad homs. They had nothing to do with the conversation. You're dumb, you're this, you're that. Completely ignore that. Whenever I respond to those, they tell me, hey, stick to the subject, don't do that, please, don't, that's not nice.
That's the same thing, exactly the same thing. Stick to the subject, go in private. You cannot carry a conversation. I believe that you really can carry a conversation. Get out of here. And then he deleted the entire thread after a day. So it doesn't show that I'm not the only one who should have received this weird admonishment. Lesbian Hot Sauce said the same thing, and he only targeted me. Weird.
Yeah, it's I don't know if they're operating in good faith. I sometimes wonder if he's getting any money from Russia, like seriously, because Russia is paying people to well, basically spread propaganda, right? That's a thing. That's not like that's a thing. You can easily, like, if you make a couple of videos where you're saying something that supports the Russian point of view, or just you seem friendly to Russia, you will get DMs telling you, hey, you're doing a good job. Maybe, you know, you need support. It's a thing. Like, the people made videos about it. It's absolutely happening. So I'm just wondering, you know, because
like it's happening now with influencers from the Zionist camp, from the Zionist state, saying in TikTok that they received offers of X amount of money in the posting.
Yeah, I guess.
That
Yeah.
Russia.
Yep. I think everybody's doing that pretty much. Yeah.
But,
Israel is doing that. I didn't see those. You can drop some links if you want. But yeah, I would guess that Israel is doing that too. Yeah.
You think he would say it or hide it? What do you think?
No, he wouldn't. I don't think anybody discloses those things because it makes you look super fishy. But
I personally am of the opinion he doesn't receive it, but he receives from people.
I also think so. I also think he doesn't get money. I think he mostly believes, or maybe he believes everything he's saying, because he definitely has things he likes to believe, you know, like, I mean, I didn't listen to many of his streams, but people say he likes the idea of ancient aliens and things like that, which, you know, it's fun to, I guess, talk about and read about. But I think he also believes those things as well, or at least he's super interested in those things. And then with Russia, it's like he's super skeptical whenever there is anything that kind of conflicts with the worldview that Russia is incredibly great and Russia is winning. And even when Russia is losing, it's actually Russia winning because it's part of a, you know, secret plan or whatever. But then the skepticism is completely lost when Russia says something. Like, Russia just says, like, oh, we killed 200 NATO officers in Ukraine. And then it's oh, there you go, you NATO officers. Like, it doesn't even...
I would like to point out that, in fact, he was skeptical about the Russian government's statements on Prigozhin's death, and he seemed to be conflicted by why would they so brazenly act sassy.
Well, he said, when I was on his stream, he said that Prigozhin wasn't dead, and it was an operation by Russia to uncover some sleeper agents. It was very weird, like to uncover sleeper agents that would support a coup by doing a fake coup. And then the the aircraft that was destroyed by Wagner, Il-22, like a large command aircraft, he said that was all fake. There are tire marks and things that you can see on the pictures, and it's all fake. And yeah, Prigozhin wasn't actually killed. And yeah, and then later on, he somehow started to kind of believe it, I guess. I don't know, but I don't know if he's disputing that Prigozhin is dead anymore.
I'm confident I heard the same thing about the mutiny, but I don't know what is his most recent conclusion about that. I'm thinking I mentioned that he doubted the Russian government's assessment of the plane crash, and he seemed to believe it's weird how they behave. And in regard to that, he wasn't confident in their statements. That's what I remember about him being critical, last time being critical of what they said.
Well, we're still waiting for the conclusions of that investigation. I think it's still not done. The only thing we got was Putin saying that probably they were, well, implying that they were using drugs and playing with hand grenades and things, like crazy things. Yeah. And then there was an article, I forgot one of the leading newspapers in the U.S., I think, published an article with basically an anonymous leak from Russia that put it on Patrushev, which is one of the FSB aligned people, well, security people. Basically did that with Putin's okay, but Putin wasn't directly like, he just gave his blessing, like, yeah, okay. But everything else was done by presumably FSB and the secret services.
I would assume at the same time it can be from the MOD and from foreign interference.
Yeah,
not NATO.
No, I don't think it was NATO. I think that's the least likely explanation. Apparently, again, like that leak didn't even put it on MOD, it put it on the secret services, so FSB, which kind of makes sense because they were the ones who were remaining when Prigozhin was closing in on Moscow. Reportedly, the FSB troops were the ones who were still intending on resisting, and the internal security, like MVD, like the police, basically were told not to interfere, were told to just keep peace and not directly interfere with what's happening. And then we had pilots who didn't want to bomb them as well, and so on. So it was apparently, and Putin left Moscow. Shoigu left Moscow. So, and Patrushev was in Moscow, and Patrushev was talking to Belarus, to Lukashenko, to talk to have a deal with Prigozhin and so on. So, there may be some truth to that. I don't know. Patrushev is completely insane. Like, he's a super hawkish person. He paid people to read Hillary Clinton's mind once and then quoted her thoughts. So, and he's basically the tower of Kremlin that's in charge of internal security, FSB mostly.
So he reminds the interior minister, basically.
Sorry, what was that?
So he basically is like a second interior minister.
Well, it's more complicated than that. There's an incredible amount of people. You see, what's weird about the Russian government is that you have this thing called the administration of the president, right? I guess the cabinet, you would call them in other countries. But it's a giant thing in Russia. It's like 4,000 people. And there is no political power in that structure. So it's not mentioned anywhere in the laws or anywhere else. But they exist and they rule on behalf of Putin because the power is so centralized that Putin can't actually manage everything. He has too many things he has to do. So he delegates to these things, to these people, and those people are all appointed by him, so they're not elected. And so this guy is one of them, I guess, technically. So yeah, it's very weird. It's like a shadow kind of government that's not even touchable by anybody, kind of. And there are all these different factions, like Shoigu is...
Before he wasn't Putin the head of this before he became the successor of Yeltsin? Wasn't he appointed in that position as leader of that Kremlin household, or how is it called?
I think so, yes. Yeah, I think so. The president's administration, yeah, I think you're right. I also think Patrushev probably precedes Putin. Shoigu precedes, but Shoigu's source of influence and power is much older. I think it comes from like the 90s. Like he's the old family branch of the Russian government. Hey, Leroy.
You mentioned the fact that they ignored the suffering of the Donetsk population. Basically, do media figures or people close to the central authorities confront them about this? You think anyone confronts them about this? That they ignore the Donetsk being shelled constantly now?
Well, it's not in the main news. I think today's shelling will be in the news because it's just so, horrible. I think 25 people have been killed. But, most of the time nobody's talking about that. Most of the time nobody's talking about shelling of Belgorod and Shebekino. So it's it's buried, but it's definitely not the leading news. Yeah. And I was more talking about the actual support those people get. Like in Belgorod, people got like 3 million rubles, I think. Those people who were affected by the attack. And in Donetsk, like nobody's getting any money or anything, like any support, any assistance, anything like that. So it's a very different attitude to people in Donbas and to people in Belgorod, where they are, technically should be Russia, should be the same.
Would they be able to basically sue the local authorities or the MOD?
I mean, technically probably, but I doubt they would win because the Russian legal system is extremely controlled by by the government, and nothing really can happen without a case getting decided against the government is something I would really find hard to believe. A good example is
against compared to the Belgorod, they
yeah,
are discriminated against. In fact, if nothing, no reparation, no relocation measures.
No, it's very arbitrary. I don't think the best thing people in Russia can do is like make videos. Oh, Mr. Putin, please help us. This and that, and that's generally what people do. I guess otherwise I don't. It's like the old ages. It was like the dark ages, really. You're making a video for your king to, please pay attention to us because nothing else really works. A good example of how the legal system works is Igor Girkin Strelkov's trial that's happening. I think he's gonna finish this week, and he's gonna be very probably convicted. He's getting convicted for a couple of Telegram posts where he said very benign things, in my opinion. He was talking about accidentally he was talking about Donbas and people from Donbas not getting their salaries, unlike people in Russia. So he was talking about this particular thing, and his last sentence, I think, was that it's not enough to even to shoot these people, but meaning like capital punishment. But he was not obviously calling for people to shoot them, and he used a figure of speech that's generally used to say, it's used in Russian. So definitely not a call to violence or a call to extremism or anything. He was immediately sued by I think a deputy in Duma, in the Russian parliament, for calls to extremism. He got arrested. He had I think he's more than half a year already in jail because it's very slow in Russia. So you don't have a right for the speedy trial in Russia. And apparently the prosecutor is asking for something like 8 years or something like that, or even more. No, 4 years, 11 months, something like that. That's the maximum. That's the maximum sentence you can get. And it's very likely that, he's going to get something close to that, apparently. His lawyers quoted like 5 to 10 other people, very public figures in Russia, who said much worse things and were completely ignored. And so, he's the only one. And all of this happened because he wanted to run for president. He had no chances of becoming. He has very weak support. He's a nobody, basically. He has very small following. But just the fact that he, just dared to run for president or wanted to run, they didn't allow him to. Of course, they didn't allow him to even qualify because they literally didn't allow people to go to, he was already in jail, so they didn't allow people, the notaries, to get to jail to him for him to sign the documents to run for president. He had enough signatures and everything else. Just tells you how paranoid Putin is about anything that could endanger him, including probably even more now after Prigozhin. So yeah, good luck with the courts. Like if you try to use the courts against Putin, that's not going to work. I think the whole court system is probably directly controlled by him.
Sorry, please say it again.
I said I think the whole justice system is probably more or less directly controlled by people in his administration. Yeah.
But isn't too less of a reason to get convicted the fact that he wanted to run?
He wanted to run?
Isn't for president? Isn't this too of a flimsy reason to get him sentenced just because he wanted to run?
I don't know. I mean, he was very critical about the war in general. So maybe that's also the reason, because he was making videos and he was streaming about the war, and he was very critical about the Russian strategy and what Russia is doing. He was hawkish. He wanted, he's against Ukraine much more, I think, than Putin, but he thought that Putin is doing a really bad job, and he was critical of Shoigu and so on. So he was very critical of the war, and maybe that had something to do with it too. I don't
know. I'm thinking about the firing of those huge numbers of military leaders, generals. Isn't that an admission of doing something, or is it an admission of incompetence? Isn't Putin admitting that he was incompetent to trust the army with those people by firing so many?
I guess it is. I mean, yeah. But I think what Putin did during this whole war is very strange. He declared the war, basically. He declared the start of the operation. And it was very animated, and he looked interested. And then after the war started, especially after they started to, I mean, you could call it losing, right? Because they didn't achieve what they wanted to achieve. They wanted to overthrow the government in Kiev, wanted to install their own guy, and occupy territories. Once that was clear, once that didn't happen, and it was clear it won't happen anytime soon, he started to just shift, responsibility to Shoigu. Say, Ministry of Defense is doing the operation. I'm not directly involved, blah, blah, blah. And it was only in the rare cases where he was actually directly involved in some way, commenting. Usually when things were really going well, like in the first days of the Ukrainian offensive, when they lost some tanks, he was, he was gloating and saying, well, then blah, 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 we're doing a really good job. So usually he does the good news and then never the bad news. And it's always Shoigu, go to Shoigu if you have questions about it. So, yeah, he's like the bad manager who takes credit for good things and never takes the blame for the bad things, I guess. And maybe that's how he sees himself. I don't know.
But isn't Shoigu becoming too close to those in the army by leaving it to him?
I don't know.
This build a bond that basically builds a power center?
Well, Shoigu's...
It's too imbalance than the one from the Kremlin.
I think Shoigu's... Well, some people think Shoigu is more powerful than Putin, actually. And Shoigu is definitely a different faction than Putin. So I think Putin is not able to fire Shoigu even if he wanted to. But also Shoigu, I don't think is popular enough to become president or something like that, because I think he lost a lot of popularity during the war, because of the poor performance, obviously. And so I think they were grooming him to become president. Maybe he was one of the candidates after Putin before the war, but now during the war, I think I don't know if he's considered to become one. He's universally hated in the in the military. So nobody likes him except the high-ranking officers who work with him and who are basically in the same corruption system, as Shoigu. But the actual soldiers and lower tier officers really, really hate Shoigu. I think people also really dislike. I don't think his popularity is really great in Russia. Putin is very popular. Shoigu not so much. So yeah, I don't know. I think that keeps him under control. If he was charismatic, if he was popular, and he was better at his job with the war, maybe he would be a serious contender with Putin, and maybe he would become the Putin's, successor eventually. But I think there's very little chance of that now happening.
Maybe the fact that he doesn't engage in a PR campaign like Prigozhin or like more or less Medvedev shelters him from any suspicion.
I guess. I don't know.
You don't
It's very
see him
weird.
on Telegram or giving interviews nonstop or having rants,
Yeah, he's better with that. I think he's trying to seem, I guess, like he's part of the military. Spoiler alert, he's not really. He knows almost nothing about the military. He's more of a civilian than anything else. Gerasimov, his general, is an actual military person. Shoigu knows almost nothing about the military. And his job is basically to plan and procure and build weapons and, set up the industry and so on. That's his job. But Medvedev was actually made in charge of that. So Medvedev is now more doing that than Shoigu. So I'm not sure what Shoigu's actual real job is right now. I don't know what his focus is.
You're saying that it's like reduction of duties.
Yeah, kind of behind the scenes. Yeah, it seems like it, because at one point Medvedev was
punishment.
Yeah, it's really weird. I don't think Shoigu and Putin are like subordinate and the boss. I don't think it works like that. I think it works like it's like there's like Putin on the top, and then there are these like people around him, but he's not. I don't think he can I don't think he wants to, or is even able to fire them or do whatever a true leader would do. You see Zelensky firing people, right? And he doesn't have generally a problem with that, although it took him a while to fire his defense minister, Reznikov, who was charged with corruption and so on. Not really. I don't know if he was charged with corruption, but involved in corruption scandals. And Zelensky fires him, and he fired some other people in the defense ministry and so on. Putin almost never does this because I think I think in the system, I don't think that's how it works. I think it works as, oh, well, I'm the figurehead, king, emperor, whatever, and then the real power is actually within these other people around him. But of course, he's the he does have power, obviously, and because of his popularity and the cult of personality that he has. So we saw this with Prigozhin. Prigozhin directly attacked, and Prigozhin's center of power is, I think Kirienko is one of the people from the administration of the president, one of the shadowy people that used to be there before, Jewish connections, some oligarchs, and so on. And so he was the one behind Prigozhin, and that was directly attacking Shoigu's center of power. And Putin was above this, and it was a question of, will Putin support? So Putin was never attacked, right? That's what I'm talking about. He's never attacked directly. Like, these people will fight against each other, but Prigozhin will never attack Putin directly because Putin was like the emperor, the god emperor. And so
you're suggesting that you can also suggest that the team behind Prigozhin could have done a deal with the other side, with Shoigu, and he was the one sacrificed. Prigozhin was the one sacrificed.
Maybe. I don't know what happened behind the scenes. I think Prigozhin thought that he would get much more support than he got. So there had to be some, backroom deals, because this was much bigger than Prigozhin. Much bigger than Prigozhin. He was supported by people, and like I said, the other tower of Kremlin, the third one, interfered, which is Patrushev and the security people, who are the most patriotic, who are most ideological, and they actually went with defending the state and staying there and deciding to fight. So maybe this was what Prigozhin didn't anticipate or didn't think about, or I'm not sure. Because Shoigu was nowhere to be found. Shoigu left Moscow. Nobody knew where Shoigu was. Putin was, I think, in St. Petersburg. I think so. But he was also not in Moscow. And the oligarchs have left Moscow immediately. Like you saw those private jets. You can track them on flight radar. And they were just leaving to like Europe and, other countries where they have, they all have multiple passports and things. So they don't have a problem with sanctions and things like that. So, yeah, so that was it. The sad thing about that is Prigozhin was really close. And if he would have continued, I think it would have been a really big deal. I don't know if it would have destroyed Putin himself, but it would have made incredible changes in Russia. I think cataclysmic changes in Russia. But, he decided not to go with it, and then he was killed afterwards. So I guess it was a wrong decision.
But the fact that Kadyrov was behind Putin, doesn't that make him a suspect in the plane crash?
Yes, I mean, you saw how you remember that column of Kadyrov guys who were stuck in traffic and for some reason were... So, who knows? It's theater with these guys. You never really know. Maybe somebody leaks something, but that leak can be fake too, and it's really hard to understand what's really going on. It's an incredibly complex system. People underestimate Russia a lot, especially in the West, because in the West we have those like House of Cards and so on. It's way more complex than Russia. It's more like the intrigues you had in the old times with the courts, and you had these indirect ways of doing things, like in the courts you had influential people, and you had the king and the emperor, and it was all very, very nuanced and very backroom deals and very, very complicated. It's much more complicated, I think, than in the US politics, because in the US politics the system works. You could argue it's corrupt, but it's not openly corrupt like in Russia. In Russia it's openly corrupt, right? You can't run for president. Okay. In the US you can run for president if you get enough money, and then you may get some political power. Especially if you get local power, you can actually legitimately become a political figure, and then the big money comes, and then the big money may corrupt you if you allow it to. If you don't, then you will likely not be a significant player. But there are exceptions to this too. So people are kind of playing within the system that is corrupt in a very different way than... It's definitely corrupt in the US, but it's very differently corrupt than Russia. Russia is just openly, blatantly corrupt. Oh, hey, T-Bird.
Putin seems to stay away from controversy of corruption, but you think he does a good job or not?
Putin?
Yeah.
Well, Putin is like this person... In Russia, there's this meme about the emperor not knowing the problem. So Putin never knows, and he always, then people tell him, and then he takes a look at the problem. In Russia, during the first years of Putin did an amazing job actually fighting the incredibly, like, the low-level corruption. Like, you could just give money to the cops and you could get away with like running people over with your car. I'm not even kidding. Like, these things, and this was true in Ukraine too, but in Russia during the 90s it was horrible. There are movies about that, but it was really bad. And Putin saved Russia from that, and that's where the roots, I think, of his popularity come from. So I think Ukraine is more corrupt than Russia. I think it's the people just use the word corruption to mean the same thing, but it's really very different things. So you have Ukraine, you have Russia, you have the US. The US is very systemically corrupt. Russia is openly corrupt, but it's also systemic. So you know that it's basically a dictatorship, but also they kind of leave you alone, and then people openly stealing things and stuff like that, it doesn't really fly in Russia. Like, you will get arrested eventually, okay? You can't be like super openly, corrupt for a very long time. In Ukraine, you can kind of. Like, there was a supercut of people just bringing in drinks and food and stuff into the Ministry of Justice, I think, of Ukraine. This is crazy. Like, the guards at the entrance. And there's just people just bringing in like whiskey and and actual food, like from supermarkets, like large bags of groceries and things. It's hilarious. So those things don't happen in Russia anymore. They used to happen, they don't happen anymore. So there's a facade of, well, things are under control, and people like that. And I think the subjective kind of impressions and corruption, which is how corruption is generally evaluated, I think are lower in Russia. I think people think that, well, at least at the local level, we can, there's a rule of law. So it's the political side of things that, don't mess with that in Russia. So when your neighbor is like parking his car where he shouldn't be parking his car, you can go to court and you will win, okay? And there's very little that you can do about that. And there's very little your neighbor can do about that to influence that. So the rule of law will work in that case. So civil proceedings and things, right? So that works. That part of the Russian justice system works relatively well, I think better than in Ukraine. But when you go to politics, when you want to run for president, when you want to, that's where, okay, don't do that, right? That's where you get that's where the corruption actually happens in Russia. Like I said, in Ukraine, because it's less money, it happens more openly. Like, you can bribe the police, you can bribe the people who are recruiting, or you can bribe your way out of Ukraine to escape draft and things like that. That's still a thing in Ukraine.
That China depends on resources from Russia. Doesn't this shelter those areas from corruption? Doesn't make them want to offer quality systems in that part of the economy, so they don't suffer damages because of bad quality work or something, so they can provide a steady flow of resources to China? Or isn't that shelter from corruption just because it's so essential for the economy?
Yeah, the Chinese are. Yeah, the Chinese. That's a very good point, actually. The Chinese are very interested in, making Russia, or influencing that Russia becomes more like China in that way, because in China, you could say China is corrupt in a way, but it's extremely systemic in China. It's way more. It's like Russia, but it's much, 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 much more advanced. So obviously in China, you don't have political things. Like, you just don't have them. It's a single party. Okay, we know what they do with the Uyghurs and so on. So, there's nothing to do about politics, and there's nothing to do with freedoms and so on. But they're still kind of sensitive to the public opinion, and that kind of also is, a thing. But the economy is, as long as the government is making sure that the country's strategic interests are aligned with the, with the large businesses and the high-tech industry and so on. For example, they're heavily investing and heavily subsidizing the green energy the green energy things, so electric cars and so on, because they know they will be able to sell them to Europe and the US and basically indirectly get money because they're going to be subsidized, in Europe and the US. So those things work really well together, and I don't think there's actually very much like super open corruption and things in China, except you have influence, and much like the Soviet Union, like you have influence and it's not even about the money, it's more about, just power, hopefully. In Russia, it's still sometimes about money, so China is dependent kind of on Russia for resources, but China could also get their resources from other countries. It's not exclusively Russia. I think the biggest dependency of China from Russia is the nuclear weapons that the Russians have that China really doesn't have. Because Chinese do have nuclear weapons, but there were hundreds of nukes. They're not thousands of nukes like the Russia have, and very likely in a nuclear conflict, China would be aligned with Russia. So I think that's the biggest thing that, but everything else China imports. But like I said, they could import from other places. They've been very active in Africa, spreading their influence and doing those 300-year leases and things like that. And I think they're doing a very good job there. I think Russia is losing their influence in Africa, if anything, because of precautions that.
The fact that the North Sea oil and gas terminals are heavily invested in, isn't this a reason to believe that it's done especially to forward the relationship with China, basically? And this is what Russia is steadily becoming a supplier for China, for India, and that's the pivot to Asia, basically.
Well, yeah, the pivot to Asia, that already kind of happened for Russia. And I think even if you lift the sanctions today, I don't think they would come back to anything that's close to what it used to be before. But it's, China doesn't want this to escalate too much. Allegedly, Putin was warned against using nuclear weapons at some point when he was talking about it a lot. And so China kind of likes this in terms of, okay, the Russians are buying Chinese cars. That's great. They're switching to Chinese phones, blah, 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 which, to be frank, many Russians were already buying Chinese phones. So it accelerated the switch, and the Chinese brands are trying to penetrate Russia. But also Russia is doing things like, just recently I saw a piece of news that there's a law in Russia that's actually that will force the taxi drivers to buy domestic cars. So brands like Lada and so on, not Chinese cars, but actual Russian cars. Of course, the Russian cars are made in China now, like many of them. But, Russia trying to protect itself, I guess, and trying to not become too dependent of China. But I think it's too late. I think, Russia is now extremely dependent on China. And they kind of, they tried to diversify that, but they kind of switched, dependence on the West to dependence on China, which I don't know how good of an idea that is, but I don't know which options they have. China is bordering them. It's really convenient and, it makes sense. And in the short term, it's going to help the economy a lot. And I think it helped them survive. Without China, I think it would be horrible. I think we would see people starving in Russia. I'm not exaggerating. Without China, imagine if China installed sanctions. Like it would be horrible. It would be a horror show in Russia. So just like North Korea would stop existing if China stopped helping them. If China closed the border with North Korea would not be a thing anymore.
The fact that it's convenient isn't to be basically taken as good just because it exists. This dependency. Basically, it's not just the dependency, it's more complex because, the fact that Russia can supply and have that infrastructure built, it's mutually beneficial on the short term because it gets building projects,
Yeah, of course.
And it's not just convenient, it's basically better, but not best.
Sure.
But
I mean, Russia has little choice.
The best solution.
Russia has little choice. China is trying to be as careful as possible, so openly they're not providing actual military assistance to Russia, and they did some sort of a weak initiative for peace in Ukraine, but that really didn't go anywhere. I think because it also had the respect for the Ukrainian borders in the whole deal. I think we talked about it on the stream maybe a while ago. There was I don't remember how many points, but it was like a number of points plan from China, and that didn't go anywhere. Recently, Zelensky wanted to talk with Xi directly, with the Chinese, the president, I think, chairman of the Communist Party. Whatever, I don't know what his title is. The main guy of China, president of China, I guess. And he kind of ignored Zelensky, and he didn't really want to talk about the war with him. And I guess Ukraine is still trying to make that meeting happen, but yeah, China is trying to play neutral. We saw recently that the banks have hit Russia hard because the West is pressuring the banks to impose more sanctions on Russia. So there was some success, I guess, on that side for the U.S. And Russia did impose several restrictions on the Russian banks that I think are going to be a large problem, but maybe they will work around that too. But China is trying to make money on this, just like Turkey. There are countries that are trying to profit off of the situation that Russia is in. I don't know if they're profiting from Ukraine because Ukraine is kind of devastated. I think Turkey is profiting from Ukraine, if anybody. But yeah, China is just trying to get as much money as possible without pissing off the West too much. I think they're doing a good job so far.
Isn't normal for China to be averse to the Ukrainian side just because it's so okay with the presence of fascists in the society, and China cannot ignore that. Basically,
no, I don't think it's ideological. I think it's as simple as like saying we don't want to piss off Putin too much, by talking to Zelensky or whatever. I think it's like that. I don't think they care. Do you really think they care about ideology or anything? Come on. Like they were welding people inside of the buildings during COVID.
But wasn't that a local disaster, not a central decision that caused the disaster?
Yeah, I don't know if it was. I just saw the videos, honestly. I don't know the backstory behind that, but just the fact that it happened is kind of horrible.
That was extreme. I know how it is to suffer because of COVID and extra suffering because of being locked in without fresh air. It must be horrible.
Yeah. I mean, oh, you had COVID, you said?
Yeah.
I don't think I did. I did have a really bad... Maybe I did. I didn't do any tests afterwards. I had like a 1 day, and I was vaxxed, but I had a 1 day really, really bad day. Like I couldn't really do anything, and I was just in my bed, and that's it. And then the next day I was okay. So I don't know if that was COVID, like a vaxxed COVID, if that was the thing, or I don't know. But I think I didn't have it. I'm not sure. I got the Chinese vaccine, by the way.
But why would you believe that they would be insensitive to the existence of fascists exactly in Ukraine? Why would you believe they would just brush it off?
Well, fascists exist they exist in Russia too. I mean, the existence of Nazis is not a problem. I think the problem Russia has is the claim that they influence the policy of the country, which I believe is not true. I believe it's mostly I mean, it's mostly like naming the streets, celebrating people who have questionable history and so on. But I mean, there are no Nazi policies in Ukraine. There's nothing like that. So yeah, I think the Nazi thing in Ukraine is both real and not. I mean, it's there. Definitely, Ukraine does have a Nazi problem. And I think Ukraine didn't handle that problem well, because you don't want to, like, if you have a controversial figure, you don't want to name streets based on that person, right? That's not just common sense. Like, okay, let's use somebody else, like a Ukrainian writer or somebody, right? You don't use a person from the Naziist collaborationist movement to name your streets or make monuments or whatever. But on the other side, I mean, they have no real political power, and they had kind of outside influence at some points, but I truly don't think they have real political power. The actual far-right nationalists in Ukraine. And you can see the parliament, you will see that there's no, the far-right parties are just not there. People didn't vote for them. And so, that, for me, that tells you that it's not really real. It's more that what I think is going on in Ukraine is they're trying to build their national identity, which, I mean, Ukraine is a very young country, obviously. Now, it does have history, and then the Ukrainian identity is a thing, like the Ukrainian nation that exists, blah, blah, blah. But Ukraine as an independent country and so on, that's a relatively new thing. And so, those same reasons for which Putin attacks Ukraine, which is Ukraine is a very young country and he believes it shouldn't exist and so on, are the same reasons that the Ukrainians are trying to build their national identity based on things. And some of those things are, in my opinion, poorly chosen. Some of those things could be better, because usually in history, unfortunately, it happens that the people who are the most nationalistic and like the country the most tend to be the most, fascist, Nazi adjacent. And so that's the problem Ukraine has. They're trying to build their identity so hard that they're using these, figures that they really shouldn't be using. And they're focusing on the language, I think, a little too much as well. It's becoming a meme, which allows the Russians to say, oh, they're outlawing the Russian language or whatever, which is absolutely not true, but, it's a meme, and now it's a meme, and the Russians believe it, and some other people believe it. And sometimes you could say it's even true in some places, like the schools or whatever. Like people with, serious faces in the Ukrainian parliament say, well, the students shouldn't really speak Russian in schools, like even in the corridors. Like, what the fuck? Okay. Like it's not, and it's not even constitutional. The Russian language is protected by the constitution, unlike other languages in Ukraine. So it's all very cringe, actually. I mean, the Ukrainian nationality is very fragile, I think, still, because it's relatively it's a relatively new thing. They're trying maybe too hard to build it. Putin, if anybody, did the best thing in terms of building the Ukrainian national idea, because everybody started speaking Ukrainian just because they wanted to, like, fuck off Russia.
But you mentioned that the Russian language is protected. In fact, the recent nationality law lets the language of the so-called occupier outside of tolerated or protected language that is offered as an alternative to study in school. It's not included on the recognized minority languages because of the situation. And this is basically an obvious faux pas, an obvious disregard of the existence. They say they don't exist. The Russian minority doesn't exist. They're all Ukrainian, or regardless if they speak Ukrainian or not.
Well,
the Russian speaking Ukrainians, regardless if they speak it Russian or not.
So you're referring to several public figures in Ukraine saying that there is no minority, there is no Russian minority in Ukraine.
The recent law doesn't allow, because of the war, they say it, and the European institution allowed them. It doesn't include on the protected languages. It's not recognized language in the territory.
Well, the Russian language is still protected by the Ukrainian constitution, so you'd have to actually change the constitution. The Article 10 of the Ukrainian constitution protects Russian explicitly. So I don't know how you could pass a law that contradicts that, because obviously the Constitutional Court would strike down that law. So it sounds like a proposal or something, but I mean, as far as I know, they didn't change the Constitution recently, so that law is not going to work because the language is protected. Now the minorities, and saying that, well, there's a Russian minority, like ethnically Russian minority in Ukraine, there's a problem with the word Russian because it can mean two things. It can mean Russian as from Russia, the country, and it can mean Russian as the Russian ethnicity. Remember that Russia as a country is not composed of only Russians. The ethnicity is composed of many, many other nationalities, like, Chechens and Tajiks and, others. Well, Ukrainians, Belarusians, so on. And so saying that there are ethnic Russians in Ukraine never really made a lot of sense to me, because how you define that depends on you, kind of. It's like a self-identification thing, really, because okay, what, your mother is from Russia and your father is from Ukraine. Are you ethnically Russian? Who knows? Both of your parents are from Russia, but you always lived in Ukraine. You were born in Ukraine. Are you Ukrainian or ethnically Russian? Who knows? I mean, technically, genetically, if we're talking about, like, I don't know if there's even meaning to that. I mean, Ukrainians are Ukrainians. People who live in Ukraine are Ukrainians. People who live in Russia are Russians. And you can easily see this, because if you are a person who lived in Ukraine and then you go to Russia, people will look at you as a Ukrainian person. Like, they will, oh, you're from Ukraine. And that's basically it. Like, there's no other thing. Like, most people in the annexed territories will declare themselves to be Russian. Some will even change their last names, because there's a different way that the Ukrainian Russian last names end. Like, you have Ov and Ko and so on. So they may change one to the other to just sound better, because Ukraine is not, super popular in Russia right now. But I don't think it's about ethnicity. I think the West doesn't get this part, which is, oh, the ethnic Russians have been oppressed in Ukraine. It's not really, it's people who self-identify as pro-Russian, kind of. Like, it's the Ukrainians who self-identify as pro-Russian. That's basically it. Like, calling them ethnic Russian never made a lot of sense to me. And this word is even frowned upon officially in Russia. Like, there were several Muslim thought leaders in Russia saying that we shouldn't really say Ruski, we should say Rossiyski, meaning, because it's multinational, it's multicultural. We shouldn't even emphasize the nationalities and things like that. So I think it's really a matter of language only, and the culture is more or less the same. People in the west of Ukraine are very different from the people in the east, of course, but this has nothing to do with are they Russian or not. So it's really the language. If they're Russian speaking, they will likely be more pro-Russian generally, pro-Soviet, pro-Russian. If they're not speaking, if they're speaking Ukrainian, they will likely be more, Ukrainian nationalistic. And that's why the language is a big thing in Ukraine. And I think that's really the leading kind of, the differentiator between the two. It's not ethnicity, it's not genetics, it's not where you're from, where your parents are from. It's literally, are you part of the Russian speaking kind of culture, or are you part of the Ukrainian speaking culture? Because the way the different groups think is, I think, that's basically the difference. And that's why the Russian language is protected in the Ukrainian constitution. And that's why the, people who are Ukrainian nationalists are trying to attack that as well. But unless they change the constitution, they won't be able to do that for sure. I mean, there's just no way.
You can pull up the article about, or I can send it to you, the fact that they received from the EU court, and they received a time period where the war goes on that allows them to ignore the need for the occupiers' language to be taught in schools, to be allowed as a language.
You're talking about You're talking about
this is what I'm talking about.
Okay. Well, that's not suppressing. That's not prohibiting people to speak Russian. Why would you Can you imagine Poland being invaded by Germany and then teaching German language in schools? That's a little out there, isn't it? Why would you?
Well, I don't know why would you expect the natives to be infringed upon in the case of their language. They still live in Ukraine and use the Russian language if they don't know.
They can still speak Russian language. Nobody's prohibiting them to speak Russian language. It's just not being taught in schools. There are no Ukrainian language schools in Russia. Why would Ukraine have Russian language? There's a lot of Ukrainians in Russia, okay? It's a large minority, and there are no Ukrainian language schools in Russia. So why would Ukraine have Russian language schools? What's the point of that? Why would Australia have I don't know, Chinese speaking schools?
You know that the fact is pretty obvious for other minorities in Ukraine that they want local minority languages school. The Hungarian, the Romanians, all of them demand in this new law to be contained provisions for having native speaking their language in school.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And the only one excluded is Russian because of the war, they say it, and indefinitely.
Yeah, I mean, Ukraine is not at war with Hungary, obviously. Right? So the problem there is that Russia attacked Ukraine. All of this stuff would not be happening if Russia didn't attack Ukraine. People do have a problem. Of course, people do have a problem with this. The society has a right to do these things. Ukraine has a right to change its constitution if it wants to. And then there are countries that have the official language, and then there are countries that don't. The US doesn't have an official language, so you can have signs in Chinese in Chinatown and so on. That's fine. I think that's great. That's incredibly good. However, there are smaller countries that do need a stronger national identity to be able to resist being assimilated by larger countries, and Ukraine is one of those countries. Latvia, Estonia, countries like that, they don't have these things, and that's not suppressing. That's not oppressing the Russian-speaking people. They would be oppressing the Russian-speaking people if you speak Russian on the street, and then a cop comes and gives you a fine. That would be oppressing them. But not having schools, again, let's go to Russia and let's find Ukrainian-speaking schools. I mean, you're not going to be able to find them because there are none. So why would Ukraine, a country that was attacked by Russia, why would they actively support the Russian language? It just makes no sense. Allowing it to exist, that's fine. Allowing it to be spoken in public places, it's protected. You can talk to people in stores and whatever in Russian. Nobody's gonna say anything to you about that. But
so how isn't it a sign of discrimination that the fact they allow maybe another language to be spoken in Romanian exclusive schools, native schools, but they don't let Russian? How would
because Russia attacked Ukraine. Russia is at war. Russia started the war against Ukraine. I mean, that counts for something, doesn't it?
But isn't
this was not happening before Russia started the war with Ukraine? All of this is a reaction to starting a war against Ukraine. Of course, people hate Russia, and of course, people are making bullshit laws like this. So it's completely understandable.
But this is from a wave of anti-Russian language measures, from music to be only Ukrainian or something in the public radio. From what I remember, it mustn't be allowed
there are quotas.
Russian.
Well, yeah, there are quotas. There were quotas, I think, before the war as well. Like I said, Ukraine was trying to build the national identity, and ideally, the Ukrainian language would be the majority language. That was the strategy of the country, and the society as a whole voted for people who support that. So that doesn't mean it's discriminated. That doesn't mean, I mean, I guess it is in a way, but the society has decided to be Ukrainian, not Russian, and has decided to be a different country and not to be assimilated by the Russian culture, because you have to understand the Russian media influence is incredible on Ukraine. The Russian movies, the Russian music, all of that is much more developed than Ukraine. And so Ukraine has to protect its own, it has to discriminate in order to preserve its national identity. If Ukraine didn't do anything, it would become Belarus, where most people don't speak Belarusian. Okay, so it's kind of disappearing and it's becoming Russia. And it's becoming one more oblast in Russia, and Ukraine doesn't want that.
But this is very superficial in the way, because
I agree. It's a social construct.
People that, for example, live in Western Ukraine, they've been hundreds of years under Polish rule, okay? The few of them, I guess, had any sympathy for Russia. Then they become part of the Soviet Union, part of former Russian Empire. But at the same time, they developed their identity mostly under the Polish rule, not under Hetmanat in the East or under Russian Empire. So this is a bit influenced by the West. So they might be pro-Western because they developed this identity under the Western Polish rule, and they consider the Russian inferior.
Well, I don't know about inferior, I guess. I mean, all nationalists said
or oppressive, because they weren't so liberal like the Polish. The Polish were better rulers, I guess, than the tyrants from the Tsarist Empire, and
and then
they
the Soviet
basically
Union,
integrated the former Polish lands and acted like they acted to their own people and discriminated against the Western Ukrainians, and that's why maybe they still hate it.
Yes, but
That's how they developed.
Ukraine was a thing during the Soviet Union. It was very much supported by the Soviet Union during the, there was a time when, well, in the beginning, Soviet Union was very unifying, and then Soviet Union started to support these national movements in each of the Soviet republics. So Ukraine was very much supported. The Ukrainian language was very much supported, spoken in Ukraine. You can see a ton of things written and spoken in Ukrainian in Ukraine. I remember watching interviews with people from Chernobyl, and they would, from the Chernobyl disaster, obviously, and they were, some of them, the native people, most of the people, I think, came from Russia, but because they moved, to Chernobyl. Many people who were local were speaking Ukrainian, and it was in Ukrainian, and you can see signs in Ukrainian and so on. This was during the Soviet Union. So it's not something that started to appear. The identity that happened in Ukraine is not something that started to appear after the collapse of the Soviet Union. It's completely made up. It's as made up as any identity. All identities are made up. They're all bullshit. It's all if you look at the DNA of Israelis and Israeli, Arab Israelis and Israelis and Arab Israelis and Arabs in Israel, you will find that they're basically the same people. Okay, there's no difference. It's just the culture. And here, I think very much the same thing. There's no way to identify people by the way they look, are they Russian or Ukrainian? No idea. They all mostly speak Russian. Most Ukrainians still, I think, in private life still Most of them, I think, speak Russian. So, you know, it's a social construct, just like anything is a social construct. If a society decides that, well, we want to go this way, if people really hated this, they could have voted for people who are super pro-Russian. And then, so, like Yanukovych and his party were elected the Party of Regions, and Yanukovych spoke Ukrainian. Like, do you think he was forced by, somebody to speak Ukrainian? I don't think so. I mean, he had to learn to speak Ukrainian because he didn't really speak Ukrainian really well. But he didn't change that course. The course was to become more and more and more and more and more a Ukrainian country. And I think at the end, when the Ukrainians were feeling self-confident enough, I think there would be far less restrictions, and maybe Russian would be even allowed as one of the official languages. I don't even know. But, or maybe it wouldn't need to be because they would just be, their own thing. But you have to understand this in context. It's a very new country as it is. But the roots of the Ukrainian nationality come a long way, and it's not all just, like, hey, they're just Russians. It's not like that. It's mostly about self-identification. It's mostly about ideological belonging and things like that. And it's very, you can also see very many people who are in the middle, kind of, like, or who are not even aligned. I don't know if I'm aligned. I mean, I'm obviously not ethnically either Ukrainian or Russian. I don't know if I have a strong preference for either of the cultures. I lived in Kiev. I was Russian speaking. Everybody around me was Russian speaking. But I didn't feel like that was aligning me with Russia necessarily. Like, I felt I was living, and at that point, I think Ukraine was already its own thing. And yeah, I don't know. I can understand why they're doing these things. I also understand why they're cringe, and I definitely agree with many of those, qualifications that they're cringe, definitely. But I understand why they're doing it, and Russia attacking kind of confirms some of them, though.
But isn't this based on an opposition, basically, because they align with the so-called West? Isn't this identity, in the end, this latter period of forming this identity, 2014 onwards, based on opposition? So everything from Russia, it's under subpar, it's savage, it's anything not good. We are part of the West, we are the winners. Look who supports us, it's the US. And we like to take what is on, we like what's in the West. We want to be part of the West, but we'll keep the traditional corruption or traditional inner conflict.
Yeah, I think you're probably right about after 2014. Yeah, I think you're right about after 2014, because that was a reaction to what happened during 2014. Because remember, Russia just annexed Crimea, and then Russia supported what was happening in Donbass. So naturally, there was a reaction to that. And that was the only year where the far-right parties actually had influence in parliament. So people were, the reaction of the people was actually to that more than anything else. Before that, I think it's very well summarized in I think Kuchma, was it Kuchma? Or it was one of the Ukrainian early presidents who wrote a book, Ukraina не Россия, which means Ukraine, not Russia, which is like a play, like a word play, is not Russia, or Ukraine, comma, not Russia, So it wasn't, that's kind of what defines Ukraine. It's not Russia. It's not necessarily aligned with the West. There's plenty of people in Ukraine, I think still, who feel that Ukraine does not really share all the values that Europe shares, because, for example, Ukraine is much more traditional than Europe, so it's closer to, let's say, Poland in terms of traditional values and things like that. I'm talking about family values, blah blah blah. Anti-LGBT. Maybe it's better.
Isn't this what they base their analysis of being fascistic identity taken over?
No,
This
this is
nationalism.
this is the same thing that's happening in
What they
Russia.
want from the West.
No. This
And
is the
they
same
take what
culture
they
that's
local.
this is the same culture that's happening in Russia. Like there's no difference. Like people in Russia will also say, well, I'm okay with them doing whatever as long as they don't do the propaganda, blah blah blah. And you will see many people, I think, in Ukraine saying the same thing. Although nowadays it's probably less. I'm guessing, especially among the the young people. But that trad worldview is coming from, the Soviet Union and all of those things where it's just that. It's a trad view. I don't think it's fascist or... But of course, there's a large overlap. So, funny fact, in Ukraine during the Pride Parade, the fascists, so the far-right Ukrainian nationalists, so ultra-Ukrainian, and the pro-Russian, traditionalists were together in trying to beat up the LGBT people. Okay, and the same thing happened, I think, with the Jews. So those are the two things that unite them.
The anti-Russian nationalists, for example, here are allied with the pro-NATO nationalists and libs and centrists who are against LGBT and would beat them too together, like they do in Ukraine. This is like part of the identity. They think that it's a normal identity to be nationalist or even mildly nationalist and against anything that's against so-called family values. And they allow this. The pro-Russian, which is a tiny minority here, and the nationalists.
So which country are you from? I forgot. I'm sorry.
Romania.
Oh, Romania. Okay.
Here, the pro-NATO nationalists are everywhere in the media, but it's a tiny minority of nationalists, and most pro-NATO are libs and centrists.
That makes sense. Yeah.
And don't care anything but being allied with US and doing what they do, average corruption, and the rest ignore basically the needs of the working class or the needs of developing an independent economy. Is basically a colony.
Leroy is asking, do you have a caravan like we see? Oh no.
Can you say it again?
Leroy in chat is asking, do you have a caravan like we see on Romanian TV? I'm not going to comment on that.
I cannot understand you. Speak again, please.
You can see chat yourself. It's fine. On YouTube. Oh, can you? Oh, you're not on YouTube. I'm sorry. So,
please say it again.
Leroy is asking if you have a caravan like we see on Romanian TV. Okay, it's a racist joke. Okay, just wanted to explain that.
I guess he confuses Romanians with Roma minority.
Yes, he does. I think intentionally. Okay, so just ignore him. That's fine. On a lighter note, I saw a Romanian trucker that has a completely pink truck. Like she's like a Barbie cosplayer, and she's super popular here for whatever reason. I don't know why. Wait, let me try and find her.
Truckers like they have in Poland.
Barbie.
And the protests basically was because the tax for the truck owner was too high and was affecting his business, and they protested all over the country. And another issue was the Ukrainian-Syrian issue, and the fact that they destroy farmers' business.
Yeah, it's not just Romania that has that problem, of course. Yeah.
But the people basically don't notice the fact that even if they resolve the current issue of the Ukrainian Syrians, the big issue won't be resolved in this context with these parties, because they do not care about local independent food supply. 70% it's from the import.
Yeah.
Carried current problem.
Yeah, the Ukrainian thing is, I think, mostly a meme, but yeah, I mean, it's real. It's a real problem, but
it's not the biggest issue.
Yeah, of course.
They should give them help if they could, and develop facilities to transport the cereals. But at the same time, they cannot help them if they don't care about them in the end. They don't care about local producers.
Yep. Yeah, so going back to Ukraine, I think a large portion of the Ukrainians wanted to be more or less neutral and not necessarily aligned with the West, but just not being Russia, like just being their own thing and trading with Russia and trading with the West and keeping relations with Russia and the West. So, but also not losing themselves under Putin like Belarus did. So I think many Ukrainians and many political parties had this explicit goal, but that all went to hell after the invasion. So now those parties got outlawed, and maybe some people still think that way, but many people have also changed their opinions. The east of Ukraine was mostly hit. That was mostly pro-Russian. So I think many of those people now really don't like what Russia has done. And so now it's in many ways too late to have anything else but, I think, a very pro-Western Ukraine. That's just a fact how it's going to be for a while now, until a generation passes maybe, and then people become more reasonable. But now it's just going to be like, oh, of course we're pro-West because we're against Russia. Like, what else can it be, right? So, and that's unfortunate. I think Ukraine, for example, going with IMF and doing all those financial compromises that it did before the war, I don't think it was the smartest thing to do. I think Ukraine could have done its own reforms and could have fought its own corruption and could have become a better country and become an independent country and maybe avoid conflict and, do its own thing. But unfortunately, this is what happened.
But do you think more and more from the society will come up voices that will express that it was an unwise decision to accept going to war instead of doing some sort of deal and giving up the provision in the constitution with NATO membership?
No, I don't see this at all. I don't see this, at least based on my anecdotal evidence of, reading even because most people who liked Russia have moved to Russia. You have to understand that. There's like a couple of million, I think, Ukrainians who moved to Russia. And so they're lost to Ukraine. They're not going to be coming back to Ukraine unless Ukraine becomes Russia. So those people are not going to vote. They're not going to, they're not Ukrainians anymore. So I think people who have stayed in Ukraine or under Ukrainian control are very pro-Ukrainian, and so I don't see that at all. I see criticism of Zelensky. I see criticism of the government. I see criticism of, corruption, blah blah blah, all of that. But I don't see criticism. The support for the armed forces of Ukraine is incredibly high. So meaning that yes, people think they should definitely continue fighting.
But wouldn't this corruption criticism, this war realization that the war doesn't go well, wouldn't this crystallize into a national issue of regret of accepting the war, not the terms?
No, I don't see that at all. That's what the Russians would like to happen, but I don't see any evidence of that happening. People who don't like Zelensky would be more radical than Zelensky in terms of hating Russia. So they would change the constitution or whatever. So Zelensky is a moderate to them. and they would install martial law. They would declare war on Russia. They would start shooting people who do corruption and things like that. That's the alternative. There's no alternative that says, let's make peace with Russia, let's give them the territories they have conquered. I don't see those people. I think those people are either living on those territories or living in Russia, or are somewhere in Europe, maybe escaped, Ukraine.
You're saying this, but I'm saying that crystallization of the anti-corruption sentiment and the regret of going to war that can go in the direction of changing the political system, political class, because of seeing how much damage the war did, not because they did for Russia or taking the territories from Ukraine.
Well, the corruption was there much before Russia came in. Corruption was there always. It's just that the corruption was much more enabled by the incredible amounts of money that were coming into Ukraine and that were being spent. When you have a lot of spending and you have corruption already in place, then you have people stealing more and more and more. You have people stealing literal. Recently, we had I think a guy was arrested who was spending, who stole, I think, around 1 billion Ukrainian hryvnia, like crazy numbers like that. And that's not a criticism of, that's a criticism of the government, that's a criticism of the system. Zelensky was elected to fight corruption. So, Ukrainians were sick of corruption even before the war. So that's not really directly related with the war. It's just that the corruption has made fighting much harder because people are stealing money from the war effort, and they shouldn't be. And so it's more of a criticism of the government than, why did we start the war? No, it's completely separate from that. I don't know if anybody, like people who regret starting the, well, first of all, Ukraine didn't start the war. Ukraine could have capitulated. So Zelensky could have escaped Kiev to Poland or whatever, which is what Putin thought he would do. And then Ukraine would be conquered by Russia, technically. Like, you go to the capital city, you topple the government, you install your own guy, and that is now basically a country under your control, like the U.S. did with, with Iraq and so on. And so that's, that's what Russia wanted to do. Russia wasn't successful in that. So it's kind of difficult to say that Ukraine started the war because Russia crossed the borders with tanks. It wasn't Ukraine who did that. It was Russia who did that. Ukraine could have decided to capitulate or not, and Ukraine decided to fight. And so, we have today what we have.
You know that the First World War is discussed in some historian circles as a war that could have been avoided. Why wouldn't this be in the same category?
Well, coincidentally, I live maybe a couple of miles from the place where it started, because I'm right now in Sarajevo. So I'm kind of familiar with that and the escalation that happened there, where the Prince Ferdinand was actually assassinated here. The guy who assassinated him it was a complete accident. He was eating a sandwich, and then he saw the car make a wrong turn in a street that he was in, and then because the assassination failed already, and he decided to have a sandwich, and then he saw Prince Ferdinand's car make a wrong turn. So it was a set of coincidences. Yes, it could have been avoided. Absolutely, it was an escalation. And could Ukraine have avoided the war? At some point, I think not, because of course, in order to plan this level of operation, you would have to make up your mind, and so Russia did make that decision some time ago. Going back, I'm not sure. I think the war could have been avoided maybe, I don't know, it's hard to say. This alternative reality, I don't know how it would work. Yanukovych, if anybody, if you could point it on a single person, I think he probably takes the most blame because he fucked up. He had, violence on Maidan, and he had he had a very bad reaction to what was what were peaceful protests at the time, and that he made it escalate into something that was definitely not peaceful. And then he ran away to Russia instead of staying, which he could have done. And so if I blame one person, I would blame him. And of course, calling off the European Association Agreement was, something he promised to do, and then he rolled back on that. Wasn't great either. So yeah, he could have done different things. Once Russia took Crimea, once Russia started supporting the separatists in Donbass, I don't know. I think it was a set. I think at that point it was already like this war was in the future already.
You think that they have a real claim over Crimea, and it's something that is justified as part of their territory?
Who, Russia or Ukraine?
Ukraine.
Of course, it was recognized in the borders with Crimea. What do you mean? By Russia and everybody else in the world.
But it's your opinion. That's what I'm asking.
I think that borders are arbitrary. I think if we look at Africa, we will see that different nations live in randomly drawn borders by the British and the French and the Dutch. And I think that as a civilization, we should just accept that and say it doesn't matter who was at some point in time in control of Crimea, because Turkey could come in and say Crimea is ours, just with the same level of authority. It's which is the same problem we have in Israel, right? It's the same problem. Like at some point in time, it was who the fuck cares, right? We have the UN, horrible as it is. We have the international community, which is a set of countries that recognize other countries, and that's how it should work. If the world recognizes you, then the world recognizes you and you exist. A good example is, Kosovo. It's not recognized universally. So some countries do recognize it, some countries don't, and that's fine. But Crimea's annexation was not recognized by anybody, not even Belarus. Belarus still says that Crimea is Ukrainian. And so does every other country in the world, excluding, a couple of them. Okay. So that's what's the criteria for me. It's not what was historically whatever. If the whole world, when Russia annexed Crimea, if the whole world said, well, Crimea is Russian, okay, it's Russian. That's how it works. There's no other logic. There are no other rules. That's how it works. Since nobody recognized that, it's not. And Russia, among the world, has recognized Ukraine's borders with Crimea. So it just went back on that recognition. The Budapest Memorandum went back on that recognition, where it signed up on actually defending Ukraine's borders, including Crimea, against other nations that would try to. And then on its own, it tried to take it back. So was that, did you have more pro-Russian people there? Did you have more quote-unquote ethnic Russians there? Was it considered, was it Russian? Yes, of course it was. It doesn't matter. The problem for Russia was that since it was within the Soviet Union, it had the Black Sea Fleet headquarters there. That was the problem. I think that was the main reason, honestly. And so, they kind of felt limited in what they could do because they leased Crimea from Ukraine, and Ukraine was about to end the lease for them. And so they felt they had to do something about that because of because they would lose the Black Sea, basically, if they didn't do anything. Which, interestingly enough, the recent, the Istanbul Accords, or agreements, or drafts, the ones that Putin shown, and, the ones that the Ukrainians were talking about, like Boris Johnson then came and said, don't sign it. Apparently, according to Lukashenko, those included leasing Crimea again. So I don't know if that's true or not. But okay, I think I'm going to be wrapping up. Unless you want to talk about something else, I think I'm going to be.
I've seen I've seen the map of Ukraine from 1917 to 1920, the short period of statehood, and there were two states that basically became Ukraine. The territory, it included parts of Belgorod, parts of Romania, parts of Belarus.
Yes.
I think that if Russia saw the nationalist spirit rising in Ukraine in 2014 and afterwards, could consider herself threatened because they were continuing that state. They wanted the state that was in 1970.
Yeah, maybe. I don't think it goes
1920 because nationalists thought about that.
Yeah, I don't know how deep it goes. I think taking Crimea was opportunistic, by Putin. There's a movie actually made by the Russians called I think Crimea Road to War. No, not Road to War. Crimea Road to Russia or something like that. And it basically details, like, it has interviews, and among others has interviews with Putin, and he's basically saying it was impulsive. When we saw what was happening in Kiev, we knew we had to do, this and so on. So I don't think it goes back to the historic arguments. I think it goes back to, well, we have people who really like Russia there, and we have the Black Sea Fleet, and we already had people there, which was very important militarily. We already had Russian soldiers there, and then you had some more coming in. So it was much easier to take Crimea because it was isolated and so on. So I think it was just easy to get, honestly. And if other places like Donbass were easy to get, I think Putin would get them too. But I don't think it goes back to the history or whatever. I think he was looking at what he has now, and okay, well, the people, support this? Probably yes. Let's go for it, right? And so they did the referendum and so on. So yeah, I don't know if, you can, like I said, you can go back. Let's remember that the Crimean Tatars were expelled from Crimea, given like hours, I think, to leave their homes. Incredible amount of people. And they should be the ones, like during the Soviet Union, they should be the ones laying claim to, they should be the ones laying claim to Crimea. And Turkey would
basically
be supporting them.
A slim claim in case of Russia, but slimmer in case of Ukraine.
Yeah, but I'm just saying that this is an example, even from recent history, of forced relocations of people that actually made it, like, these Russians weren't there forever. Like, they came to replace the Crimean Tatars. Like, it was done by the Soviet Union forcibly. They didn't give them a choice. They just said, okay, get the fuck out. And so why not, like, give Crimea to the Crimean Tatars and have them independent or whatever, Like, why should it be Russian? Why is it suddenly Russian? Because you have Russians living there? That's a relatively recent phenomenon. That hasn't been like that forever. In Donbass, you had Ukrainian language spoken for a long time, and then it became super pro-Russian. So by that logic, okay, maybe, you can go to an arbitrary point in time for any country. I was born in the Balkans, so again, everything here, like, go to an arbitrary point in time and you'll be able to build an argument for why something should be X, why something should be Croatian, why something should be Serbian, why something should be whatever. And nobody cares, like, nobody cares. It's about the international recognition. It's about keeping the borders hopefully intact. And even the dysfunctional country of Bosnia, completely dysfunctional, a black hole of corruption and dysfunction and bureaucracy, is being kept in its borders because it's better than the war, right? And so I don't know if that's going to continue being the case. I don't know. But, and there's nothing about, like, there's nothing natural or historic or anything about Bosnia. Like, it's just it's an arbitrary freezing of the lines during the Civil War. And it's, like, okay, people are living like that. And Serbia doesn't want to grab the Serbian part, and Croatia doesn't want to grab the Croatian part most of the time. So, and you kind of just live like that, and you're okay. And maybe years pass, and then it's fine. And then if countries want to join, like Romania and Moldova, like, hey, maybe that's a good idea. Maybe that's a horrible idea. I don't know. Like, because there's a lot of people in Moldova that think, well, we should join, right? And there's a lot of people in Moldova that think, no, we shouldn't join. Let the people decide. Like, if they want to do that, like, let them do that. If Romania is for that, if Moldova is for that.
You can see that Ukraine is basically the most gifted with territory country after the Second World War from the whole area. And the fact is, the standard of living in Russia and the standard of living in Ukraine is not very different, but it's still very bad in Ukraine. So maybe
depending on where you look in Russia, I think the large cities in Russia are better.
Ukrainians. The Russians give that argument for themselves that it's better in Russia for Ukrainian regions.
Okay, so Russia has so much land. So why doesn't Russia just give Russian passports to all Ukrainians who want to have a Russian passport and let them move into whatever region of Russia they want to and let them live there? What's the problem with that? Nothing prevents Russia from doing that peacefully. There's nothing preventing you from winning economically. Like, Russia could attract Ukrainians. Russia could say, oh, look at this, for example, look at this deal. Like, we're not going to tax your products if you're going to be, trading with us and not the EU. And then the Ukraine says, okay, we don't want to. And Russia says, okay. And there's no problem with that because that's voluntary and peaceful. There's a problem with that if you move your tanks into another country. That's a problem, okay? Like, if you're trying to attract people economically, give them your passports. Hey, let them move. Serbia is doing that to, by the way, Bosnia and Serbia for other reasons. But, like, if you're ethnically Serbian in Bosnia, you can get a Serbian passport from Serbia, another country. You can just get it. Like, if you want it, you can just go and get it. And you can go and work there. Or you can stay in Bosnia with the passport. Nobody cares. You can get that. There's no problem with that. Nobody has a problem with that. Bosnia doesn't have a problem with that. You can even have two passports. You can hold two passports. Why not? Yeah, sure. Go ahead. Give them, issue passports to whoever is living in Ukraine or even some regions like Donbass or whatever. Absolutely. But don't take territory because Russia has enough territory. Okay, let's agree. Russia is a gigantic country. Okay, they have enough fertile land with resources, with gas, with oil, with everything you could imagine. Like, if Russia wants to attract by that, let them do that. It's totally fine. That is actually what a smart country would do, because Russia is way more developed than Ukraine. Russia is ahead of Ukraine economically. Of course it is, because it's a larger country, and it has, it has better, it has more resources. It has more people. Ukraine has, I think, 40 million, less than 40 million. Russia is 140 million. And the territory comparison is just incredible. So, it's not about that. It's about, geopolitical buffer zone between Russia and NATO and something and something. It's about that.
We cannot respect it. Basically, it's easy to respect this geopolitical reasons than the nationalists that they put forward, that the Russian put forward, the protection of the Russian minority.
Yes, I think so. Yeah. Yeah, I think so. But I think I agree. Yeah, I think if they said that, probably maybe people would even understand more. Well, they do say that. They do say that, it's a NATO expansion, but they also add this ideological stuff that, people don't really. I mean, I guess people who watch TV who are not interested. Most Russians are not even involved. They don't know. Like we started the war maybe to protect Donbass. Who knows? They don't really know. They're not really interested. They live their lives. As long as they can live their lives like that, they're gonna be okay, and they're not gonna you know, be interested in politics. That's how they say it in Russia. Interested in politics.
Thank you, Augie. Thank you for letting me to talk with you.
Oh, that's okay. And come again whenever Vlad is on or off. Okay.
Okay, good night.
Take care, man. So, guys, I think I'm going to be wrapping up. Vlad's replacement was really good. Thank you, Hassan, your bookshelf. He's not in chat. He doesn't have a YouTube account, so he's on Discord. I'm sorry. I think has a new bookshelf is non-binary. Could be wrong. I'm gonna stick to they for now. And Leroy, you missed Vlad rage quitting when I told him to shut the fuck up. I guess you'll be able to find it later. It was amazing. I said from the get-go that if Russia said "fuck you, want your land," or would be like the Nazi thing is yeah. I mean, none of the arguments provided like for reasons for the war as stands. You know, like, oh, we're against NATO expansion, so we caused Finland and Sweden to join NATO. Good job. We want to demilitarize Ukraine. Oh, so now Ukraine is more militarized than ever. Great job. Is it on the stream? Yeah, it's on the stream. Your rage quit. I told him to shut the fuck up because he was interrupting me. But anyway, I'm gonna be right. Has new bookshelf said now I've given him an excuse to not go on the stream again. Which is so true. Awfully hard on the beaver. Oh, he's back online. He was offline. he went online. I imagine like he kicking his computer or whatever. Because he went offline in Discord too. So I imagine like slamming it. I don't know. He has a laptop or a desktop. Imagine like like the German kid. Yeah. It took me a lot of time. Like it was like 2 hours or something. Probably sat in a dark room eating his Greek yogurt. Probably. Anyway, we're wrapping up. It was a really good stream. And these streams where Trigger Blood is good, so there we go. Thank you guys for watching. Try let's do an experiment. Try and comment on the stream. I don't know how that works. Can you even do that? I guess you can. So like and comment on the stream. I hope that's gonna bring it up from Blackfall on YouTube where it is. I don't know. Yeah, he went straight for the jihadi part. Of course he did. Hijab. So there we go. Thank you guys for watching. Have a good one. Bye.